Welcome back to Tales of Zoggirial. It's been a week, or been 5 seconds, depending on how you are watching this. It is session 78. Almost to 100. Very surprising. Just a little bit longer. But nevertheless, we are going to be missing our small wolf boy Jax. He's going to be... I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Jax has just wandered off into a noble district in the night. But he'll probably be coming back here soon. But nevertheless, I'm going to roll a particular die, a d6, and re-roll on a 6.
Make Will do it. He hasn't done it in a while.
It's never me.
You say that, Nax, but the dice say you.
No, I refuse. You've rolled me literally every session
I
since
know.
I've shown up.
I know.
Suffer.
Last time I did, I volunteered. So
Jose,
literally
so.
months.
Jose, do you mind
Suspicious.
doing the
Oh,
recap?
yeah. Sure, make the Latino do the hard work, of course.
Yeah, it's an American thing.
But
How many Mexicans does it take again? Sorry, what?
But before that, I do want to show something because I got it done and we kind of need it, and I'm still waiting to do something else.
Something you say.
About to get art of another character, but so far with the descriptions I had, I can do this one. Where are you?
I wonder whose character are you gonna show?
I need to make a record, create image record, and share record.
Just
Look at this handsome lad.
Oh, hey,
It's still loading, but
that's a nice gray background you got.
Yeah, it's a nice gray
Thanks.
background.
Can't believe Lockhart's invisible.
Yeah,
Lockhart's
The stream can
Hey.
see it.
you guys didn't know I was invisible the whole time.
Is Lockhart just a figment of our imaginations?
Uh,
At this point, probably.
God, you are one ugly motherfucker.
Man, fuck you.
Hasn't that been like the point? Like, sorry.
There's
mean-
Lockhart.
He's kind. I think he's beautiful. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's
Yeah,
sure.
there's
Just leave
our
it there.
there's our Simic hybrid Sword Saint Lockhart.
Okay.
Uh,
So because of the tattoos, I thought you had like piercings on your cheek. I'm like, I've never understood why people pierce their cheeks. But no, it's just the tattoos.
Oh.
you know.
Before I
For
saw
better,
those metal boots, I thought those were like dress shoes you were wearing, man. I was like, well, why are you dressed so nice? You look like King Shark from Spider-Punk's universe. It kind of does.
Oh, yeah, kind of, but nevertheless.
It is a sick image, though.
Wait a minute. Where are the fingers?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, where are the fingers? Where
Uh,
are they?
Not on this one.
That's because right now the creature dies, so it's not so the fingers aren't gonna come back for 7 days. in game time.
No.
And I do see a clear presence of a spine as well.
I don't
Interesting.
know. I don't know, man. I feel like those fingers should be in the art just to represent when you do have them.
I just contact our artist, being like, "Hey, can you put fingers on his forehead?"
Here, just send me the image. I'll do it. I'm a
Yeah,
master artist.
I
But-
got
You don't need to do that. It's fine. we can all imagine it, right?
No. Give me that image. I'll fix it while those two are
Nah.
talking. I'm a master of Photoshop.
A master of Photoshop, right?
You just like copy and paste an image of like cousin It on top of his head.
I would just grab a set of hands from like stock images and just like crop them and paste them to his forehead.
We ain't gotta do all that now.
Seems
Well,
pretty necessary to me.
now that we have enjoyed Shark Boy's artwork,
Mm-hmm.
Last session, we ran around the house. Then things happened. Nax failed. Then we went upstairs, and more things happened. Combat ensued. Jose bravely and elegantly, and without much effort, eliminated single-handedly the foe, if I can remember correctly. Of course. And then nothing else happened to him. Nothing wrong. Nobody had to do high-level spells to avoid him from turning into a meat pile, which actually did happen. The what are we calling fleshomancer?
Biomancer.
Man with a flesh fetish in magic used his stolen eyes to, after departing from the senses, try to turn the most elegant member of the party into a flesh pile, which thankfully the party avoided from a world crafted fourth level dispel magic. Then we raided the house.
It wasn't successful. It was almost.
Well,
It was almost successful, but it wasn't successful. Needed help.
well, of course, extra people, entities, beings, things happened. Of course, far beyond Jose's minus one with Jose's not, zero intelligence. Um, and then we raided the house. Didn't take much. Jose returned once they were leaving. Jose returned from his bird husband's violin. Then Nax proceeded to ambush. Is the correct word with a giant spider. Our party members, I believe it was Lockhart and Celia.
Yes.
Yes. And then give them a no, bad boy, bad fingy boy. Do not kill innocents. Don't do it again. Slap on the
Wow, that
wrist.
was verbatim.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. That is the gist of what happened last session, but there was information gathering inside Rapinso's house. That Pete got some keywords, some interesting notes. And you guys did retrieve the violin of Miss Bear's husband. And you did kind of discover that even if you tried, something killed what Lockhart has summoned, and it was a blood bath in the dining area. Dining party area typically. But with that, we're going to hop back in, and we're going to move the camera from Celio, Nax, and Lockhart to Jose, Pete walking towards Miss Bear's estate. I leave the world up to you.
So what I am saying is that the world is a disc. It cannot be spherical because, like, when I see the horizon, I see a straight. I don't see a signature. So how do you say that the world is a sphere?
Oh, I never said that the wall was a sphere. I said it was a 8-sided dice.
I don't see edges. I see a
Well, of
disc.
course you
You know,
know.
like
Of course, but you can only see the horizon. That is true.
so. How can if it's like a die, then there should be like an edge. Like the horizon will turn into something pointy, not, a surface.
Right, of course. But I mean, you have to imagine we are minuscule in comparison with the world.
Well, my friend, you're minuscule compared to everybody.
What is an edge would simply be perceived as the surface for us. However, have you
Well,
ever
you're
wondered
minuscule.
why the mountains exist, why chasms exist? Those are the edges.
Oh, it was because at the beginning of time, the primordial beings stepped on the air and they created mountains and valleys. Come on,
Yes, yes,
it is basic.
that is true. But where the primordial beings stepped, they flattened the surface of the world, which
They
created
also
these edges.
created. Uh, Miss Barrett will answer for us. I believe we have arrived.
Yes.
Um,
You look upon Miss Bear's estate.
This is not what I expected for Harvey.
I don't know what to say. I don't.
Hey, let's keep going. Yeah.
But you guys arrive to Miss Bear's estate. It it seems quiet. It seems like there's no lights. It seems like everyone in the estate is sleeping or attending to needs that doesn't require light.
You sure now's a good time to be showing up here, Jose? I mean, she's probably asleep by now, right?
and that she's been waiting for closure about this for many years. The faster I give her this,
I
the
guess
faster she
so.
gets information on my family, the faster the things get going. Apparently I've been asleep for half a millennia, so I knock on.
Well, not that long, just 200 years. So more like a quarter of a million. In any case, that it doesn't matter. Go ahead. After you.
I just start knocking.
Okay. You knock the door. Some time passes. You see a younger gentleman with a servant attire, kind of quickly dressed and rubbing his eyes. Yes. What can I do for you?
Miss Bear, fetch her
Yes.
now.
Sorry for sorry about my friend, and sorry for showing up so late. But we have something that Miss Bear was looking for, that she requested us to get for her. It's a keepsake of her husband's.
Don't tell. He doesn't need to know. Miss Bear, this is information only for Miss Bear. You have heard nothing. Go fetch her now.
Understood. If you want to sit down in the dining hall, one of your Lady Cora is still in there studying.
And make sure you bring. What would you like to drink?
Right now,
What would
man.
you like to drink?
What time is it, Drago?
It is like 2 a.m. No, it's
actually no. That's perfect drinking time. You have some whiskey or wine. That'll do.
Okay, so make sure you have. I'm pretty sure Miss Bear has the finest Johnny of Clan Walker's spirits, and I will take, of course, one no ice, just a slip of water, and whatever pastries you may have. I am hungry.
I like something on the rocks, please. Listen, the drinks can wait. Please just go and ask for Miss Bear if you can.
Okay. He opens the door fully so you guys can go in. And you guys know where the dining hall is, and you do see like a light illuminating the crack where just small bits of light. But he runs off to the second story. And you guys, you guys heading towards the dining hall?
You know, while we were going to the dining hall, my friend. Okay, in the noble district, if we do not ask for something or they do not provide for something, and it doesn't matter whatever time guests arrive, it is considered to be rude. That's why you ask, so they don't have to guess and they don't bring something that might be offensive.
Jose, it has been 200 years since you last woke up, man. Some things have changed. Like, I may not be a noble one, but I'm a guy living in the modern world.
Manners and protocols
Manners have
are
changed,
timeless.
cultures have also changed. Mate, listen, we can talk about this later, but we're kind of in somebody else's house. We don't have to argue about this right now. If you don't have to, you know.
Uh,
Fake news.
while continuing this conversation, you guys open up the door to the dining hall, and you see very clearly, with the light kind of guiding your attention, Cora sitting with piles of books right next to her. She has two books open. Her hair is uh, unkept. It's like messy. Uh, she seems exhausted. Some of the Pete, you would know this. Some of the slime that's on that kind of that's part of her form is kind of just not sticking well. It's just kind of just staying not the proper form. You look
Hey,
at her and you do notice uh, around the eyes, some of her makeup was running.
hey, Kara, are you doing all right?
No, I'm. I need to fix my dad.
Yeah, no, and I get that. But how about just the thing's not gonna go anywhere. How about you come over here instead of us? You take a break. You seem like you've went through hell, which I guess you kind of did. But hey,
To be honest, that thing is still a child's thoughts, I believe. Reading into the journals I did steal, uh, the previous woman that kind of led the ritual wanted me to look like her so it could treat me like a mother. And I can't that it would see me as a mother.
that is fucked up in so many ways. I can't even really describe. Sorry, I meant no offense by that.
It's not
But
my
hey,
spawn. I didn't I just wanted to use it so I can go get my brother back. I,
yeah, no, I get that, Kara. Look, I do have to apologize to you. It kind of slipped my mind how heavily involved you were with this creature. Not. I'm thinking about back to the past. We kind of first met because of, well, the cult.
I was just a hired hand, and they thought I was a changeling, and I played the role right. Most likely, what you wanted to do was make it seem like I was the mother, so because the souls don't die in that creature. They stay living, and I think she was trying to force herself to be controlled so she can control that creature.
Right. Look, I won't even pretend to know exactly what you're going through. This is kind of a unique case to yourself. And I know that you kind of feel guilty about this, which honestly, no sugarcoating it, you should.
I
But
I I do. I do.
right, but I do think beating yourself up over it right now isn't doing anyone any favors. Like you're already doing like I I I I, I can see you're making an effort. Those books didn't just pop out of nowhere, but you know, killing yourself over it isn't doing anyone any favors. You need to do your best with what you can in the moment. Don't go. I guess all I'm trying to say is don't go overboard. You're still my friend. I don't want to see you like this. You know, like you have a lot of redeeming yourself to do, but you know, one step at a time. Don't try to run before you can walk. That kind of stuff.
I know. But with I don't I need to take care of what I need to take care of this, and if I don't, I will never I don't think I will ever be able to look happy in the face again.
I understand, and you will. We will. We'll take care of this thing, but it's not gonna happen tonight. It might not even happen tomorrow, since we gotta talk to the Ruby Queen and all first. But it will happen eventually. So I'm just saying, there's no sense in rushing things and hurting yourself over it, emotionally or physically. I'm not exactly you know when it comes to these things, I'm not exactly smart about it. I mess these things a lot, people's feelings, emotions, and whatnot. But I mean, I do think beating yourself over it, over this, is sincerely if you go too far, is really just a waste of time and your emotions. Don't beat yourself up over it. Do you? I mean, help us out as much as you can. We're gonna kill the thing. Don't you worry about it. But don't sacrifice yourself along the way.
I will try. But I am just trying to get any information I can. Anything.
And that's perfect. That's good. In fact, that's gonna be real helpful. In fact, that's certainly more helpful than well, some of the party members I can say have done for us today. So hey, good on you.
I'm sorry for.
I killed the biomancer, so don't say wrong things.
I'm not throwing any names out. Look, man, it's not really my place to judge. But
Are you sure you killed him?
he,
I
we
destroyed
have
his
his
innards.
head with us right now, so I think he's
They
dead.
don't need it.
Right, but I think he's dead. We were there for a while, and his body didn't move at the very least.
Okay. Probably not a high. Not. He's probably wasn't one of the high echelons of the cult.
That's a good thing. Like one less troublesome thing that we have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
No, what she means is that he was replaceable, so the actual threat is not really over. So
Well, of course, it's not going to be over till we deal with the overlooming threat, which is, Big House. And the guy who gave Pixel the house, which I have an idea who he might be, but you've already made your point that I should not be making random guesses, so I'm just going
It
to
has
leave
to
it
be
at
the
that.
Mad Hatter. I remember seeing him.
It's definitely the Mad Hatter, because he's the one who whisked the house away in the first place.
He promised to reveal it again one day. I didn't think it would be this soon. I don't think we're ill prepared for it.
Oh, we're definitely not prepared for it right now. But hey, we're all doing what we can. You especially, right?
And she nods her head.
And hopefully we can get some extra manpower tomorrow. Talking to Ruby Queen, I'm really hoping y- your formal noble status will come in handy for that, Jose. What do you say? What do you think?
what do you mean by formal?
Well, I mean, your house is kind of. Look, man, I like you heard. I
How
don't really sugarcoat
squareable,
things.
how squareable was in this city the moment the first brick was laid on the outer wall? How squareable will be still alive as long as I breathe. So don't be coming and saying I'm no longer a knight or a noble.
I never said you're not a knight or a noble. I'm just saying your house at this moment, before you woke up in the maze and we found you, did not exist. And it's up to the Ruby Queen to bring your house back. I think that's how nobility works here.
The Ruby Queen will remember the importance of House Cuervo.
Like, is it even the same queen? Are we talking about an elf or an immortal? Or is this like some like fifth generation of the last queen that
Be
you know of.
careful, my friend, because those words are the borderlining sedition.
I don't think
So
that that's what I said. Well, hang on. First of all, I'm not even a citizen of this town. So I can't be seditious if I don't even belong here to begin with. I'm a tourist. Second of all, I don't think it's a weird question at all. I think it's a perfectly fair question. I don't know who the Ruby Queen is. Is it the same Ruby Queen that you know of, or is it some
it
other Ruby
should
Queen?
be. It should be. Her reign would be as long as there stars in the sky and the sun comes up in the mornings.
Like, okay, well, first of all, if that is true, then she is one way or another semi-immortal, or she's one of the long-living races, like Miss Bear, since she was also around in that time, which could be good. That means she recognizes you, and it'll be very helpful. But if by chance this is some other woman who is either a really far-flung child of your former Ruby Queen, then we may need to do some convincing. That's all I'm saying.
If my house, if my house did not carry any water, then we will not be meeting them tomorrow. Do not
That
fret.
that is true. That is good. That's a good point. It kind of slipped my mind about that. See, it's not all bad. Shall I say? You brought up a good point.
Lady, you're dripping.
Cora looks at Jose. So your name is Jose?
Yes, lady, you're dripping. I
Uh,
think your form is not being as cohesive.
Um, my name's Cora. A pleasure to meet you.
Okay, Cora. He
You,
bows.
she hasn't fully met you yet.
I know.
Do you, she wouldn't reach her hand out to shake yours if you reach yours out.
I bow and extend my hand, of course.
Uh, if you did, she will look at Pete, look at you, look at Pete again. Should I?
Do you what?
It's more for him. She points toward Jose.
Still
Well,
bowing and
why?
extending his hand.
Well, it's I'll leave that decision to you. Or
And she will slowly touch your hand and shake it. But once she does, you notice a deep pressure of a divine sense around you. And you notice something outside the window with multiple eyes, a huge gaping maw looking towards you. And then you see on another window someone with the same look looking in towards you. Do you show any reaction?
No. I just shake your hand, release it, and then look back. Is it still there?
It's gone.
oh, you took that a lot better than I thought you would. I'll say.
Yeah, some people really are scared when they see my deity.
Hmm. I am not a novice when it comes to horrors,
Just
but
so Jose, it's just so you know,
Mhm,
Jose, if you go to pictures, and if you
mhm.
scroll all the way to the top, there's a serpent-like creature that you would see, and that's what you saw. I don't have art for it yet, but I want to get art for it. I think it's under pinned
Jo-
as well. Uh,
Jose was like,
yeah, it's under
Jose was
pinned.
like, okay.
I'll actually copy the link and send it to you directly.
I think I see it.
That. Yeah, that's a creature that you saw.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, you are well protected. Your faith shall be rewarded someday. Of course, it is
Uh,
shall be rewarded to all of us who walk this path. Our drinks should be arriving shortly now.
Hopefully,
yeah.
Miss Bear first before the drinks.
No, she has to get ready.
Yeah. Some time passes, and the a maid comes in with drinks. giving you all the drinks that you did request. And a little bit after that, you see Miss Bear in somewhat of a not a proper dress, of just something to kind of put on and be presentable in a sense. She looks
Oh,
at
what
Cora,
is?
just she looks towards Cora, and then she just looks back all to all you.
Hey, Miss Barrett, sorry for the late visit, but Jose kind of insisted we show up now, or as soon as possible.
Understood. Any developments on on the situation?
Jose very solemnly places the violin on the table.
She looks at it.
A promise is a promise.
She she looks at it and tries to reach out for it, and quickly moves her hand back.
It is the same. It is the same instrument you described.
It's the same shape, but it's not the same material. And I can tell you that for sure.
Hmm. So this was the only instrument I found there.
It's. And do you know when Jose was was holding it, it didn't feel like wood. It felt like you were holding a hand. Like you were holding skin.
Yeah.
And I take it that he did this to all of his great performers to come somewhat keep them forever.
There was a lot of, yes, foul play, perhaps desecration of many objects where I found this.
You see her Jose, for how long you guys know Miss Bear, uh she didn't really have a aggression in her face. But you do see a anger in the eyes. Thank
I
you.
do. I must do let you know that, of course, the person who did this no longer breathes.
Yes, you might be glad to know that Fapixo is, in fact, to our knowledge, dead now. We have his head. I think Lockhart has his head. Was that right, Jose?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought about bringing the head to you so you could extract the eyes and give it to like Adira, but then we remembered that you kind of already sent Adira on the way, so we're probably just
Mhm.
gonna give the eyes straight to her mom.
She's just staring at the violin. She's just staring at it.
Uh,
Understood.
Miss Bear, an agreement also was made between us earlier this night. I do hope that you keep your end as well.
I will keep my end. I will contact. I'll contact my contacts, and I'll give you some report in the next couple days.
I am very grateful.
Good to hear, right, Jose? You're a few more steps closer now.
Yes, it is important. Uh, it wasn't such a big surprise that I've been gone for the time I've been gone, but well, Miss Bird knows how close my family was.
Mm-hmm.
You came to too many of our New Year's Eve parties,
Mm,
and to
here and
see that
there.
everybody was, yeah, and to see that everybody is missing. For just one person, it has happened in the past, but everyone missing. That's unheard of.
I do I do know when they started missing was a year after uh They seem to vanish a year after you disappeared. I do know that.
Nobody cared to find out why.
More like we kept on getting, we kept on ending in a a, um, a goose hunt, really. Divination kept on leading us back to the house.
You
Very
think
well.
the with the disappearance of Jose has something to do with his house? You know, for lack of a better term, going kaput. Like
I
you think someone did this? Someone wanted this to happen?
possibly, but I don't know for sure. His, even though some of the the younger uh, vineyards, they, I don't remember your family showing hostility towards them.
No, anybody who wanted to start in the spirit business, either creating their own vineyards or expanding what they had, they all came to study on their grandfather's land. We strain the technology of distilling the finest wines and spirits. It's known this side of the calamity, this side of the divine
Phalanx.
gate, of course. Yeah, this Phalanx. Thank you. We were providers to not only the noble district but the crown itself. The gallons and gallons of wine the queen would request monthly was, if I remember, one of the very things. My grandfather had to stop all production one day a month just to fill and dispatch all of the crown's request of wine. It was a close relationship we had with not only the crown but with all the noble families in this nation. The fact that nobody has cared to find out what happened to my family, that is discouraging indeed. But I wished to give you as swift as closure as possible so that you can be as swift as I have been on finding the information I requested. Jose finishes his drink. I believe we brought too much action for this household for one night.
No, actually, hang on, Jose. This is I'm sorry, Miss Bear, for taking up more of your time, but since you are already awake, I was hoping you could answer a few of my questions or help give me some knowledge.
Okay.
Um, so I've been talking to Jose about, learning more about the city, but I'm starting to realize that his information may or may not, well, be up to date by chance. So, I was hoping to talk to you about it, just so we get our information and facts straight. Well, first things first, we do have an appointment, or rather, Jose has an appointment with the Ruby Queen tomorrow, and I do think it's important to make clear whether or not this is the same Ruby Queen that Jose is familiar with, or
It
is
is.
it is okay. Jose, you're right. That's good.
She
Okay.
is a.
Yeah, I know.
I can't remember fully because it's been a because it kind of blurs together a dark elf or a sun elf. They're they're extremely hard to find, but they live for extremely long amounts of time.
Right, but the be that as she may, she is in fact the same Ruby Queen that Jose was once well acquainted with, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good news. That's great news, in fact. Huh. All right. Well, things might not be as troublesome as I thought. It might have been tomorrow. That's good. Besides that, I was hoping you could help me understand. You see, when I traveled to Tokad, I didn't exactly know what kind of a city Tokad was. I suppose this question goes to you too, Jose. If you could, help expand my knowledge on what the city of Dakar is like. That'd be pretty helpful to just not just me, but to the rest of the party as well, because we're all kind of just visitors.
Okay. So imagine a traveling band of merchants who were really successful, who decided that why do we have, if everybody wants our goods, why do we have to go to them? Let us set and endure the dangers of constantly traveling. Why don't we build a settlement where we can hone our crafts, produce excellent goods, and people come to us?
So this is
And
like
then
a merchant city.
Yes, it's a trading city.
this whole city was built on enterprise and trade, people providing goods and services for others. The best families and the best traders became nobles.
There's a reason why the Ruby Queen is called the Ruby Queen. Hers was more, she dealt with gems, uh, with a lot of gems, and she was good at spotting the right ones and making fair trade with them. That's why she holds the title. That's why she is our ruler, if you want to. But
Oh, so the Ruby Queen's like,
a merchant
from
as
the sounds
well.
of it, all the nobles and the Ruby Queen herself is a merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Just a really damn good merchant from the sounds of it.
Yes.
No,
Money
we're
is
not
power.
lowly merchants. We are, how would we say, we are vanguards of our trade. We are, as the children say, moguls.
Money
I don't
is
know what that means.
gold is power, and gold can get you into a lot of places and uncover a lot of secrets.
Gotcha. Okay, so every noble here and even the queen herself has a heritage of really good trading, and they've banded together to create their own city with enough influence to affect the trading on a global scale. Is that
Yes.
am I getting my facts correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Waymore is actually a lot of the towns in the Fairylands are trading cities. There are really any cities uh, for non-trading because with outside of the walls, the creatures are ghastly.
Hmm. That put it lightly. They're the things of nightmares, literally.
No, don't you worry about that. I understand that perfectly.
Do you though?
Whoa, you do realize I live in the Feylands, right?
Mm. Mea culpa. Yes, you do.
And in any case, we're getting off track. So basically, Takat is a city of merchants, formed by merchants and lived by the merchants and for the merchants. Gold has power here, uh,
Indeed.
and everybody in anyone with a higher rank in the city is or may at least had been at one point in their lives a really good merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
In
that's
in my in my case, it was my great grandfather who set the first seed. He was trying to make oil, but then he confused an olive with a grape, and it was a very funny story. He was very drunk that night. But
That's
yes,
good. That's good information. That's really helpful. I'm glad I asked both of you about this.
of course, of course, of course, of course. Do you have any more questions about this noble city history? Or
Less about the city, perhaps. Miss Bear, it came to my knowledge a day ago, I think, that trade has been somewhat slowed down here in the cot, at least between here and what was it called again, Jargo? The Rainbow something?
The Rainbow Coast.
The Rainbow Coast.
Mhm.
And this was largely due to the influence of the Empire. Do you know exactly what's going on there besides just closed borders? Like, do you know why the Empire is doing this, Miss Bear?
I don't know fully, and I don't really have ears in there. Um, I just know that we haven't been getting we haven't been getting much of the shipments, or the shipments seems to be weighing in their delivery time. We typically
Did they try to build a wall and make the crown pay for it?
actually, uh, technically, there is a. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys haven't traveled towards the Empire. Uh, there, the borderline is someone made of uh, a ruby-like, you could say, wall, uh, kind of dividing up the Phalanx and the Empire. It's this massive wall of just pure ruby. But anyone that tries to take anything away from it, the ruby that's in their hand degrades to dust.
So it's a magical wall of ruby?
Yes.
Ah.
Is it
Sounds like,
huge?
sounds like they got really good transportation wizards over there.
I
But I thought the Empire hated magic.
they they don't hate magic, but they try to limit on the knowledge of magic. They don't
Eh,
with you do have to be certified to use magic.
I see.
And you need to have some of a record. They need to actually have a record of you and what your classification and species is before entering. You kind of need to fill out a visa before entering, giving any personal information. So, just in case in case something did happen, they can do what's necessary.
Sounds like a fun place. Sounds like a very fun place. Yeah. And then yeah, sorry. Thank you for thank you for telling us about that, Miss Bear. That's helpful. And in any case, that was the end of my questions. Unless Jose wanted to ask anything else, I suppose we should leave you alone now so you can get some rest.
Okay. By the way, she has not. When she was talking to you guys, she has not. Her eyes have not left that violin.
Yep. Yep. I think we are taking. Yep. Let's just go, Jose. I think we've done what we need to do. Thanks again, Miss Bear.
She nods.
Jose nods.
Yep. And see you later. Cora. Sleep well. All right.
Cora, in her exhausted state, um, just nods her head and waves at you.
I wave back and then I leave.
Okay.
Madame, lady, Jose bows. I hope hearing from you soon. And also makes his way out to leave.
Okay. You both head out to leave. You head. I take it you guys are heading towards towards
The old inn.
the old
Awesome.
inn.
Yes. The guest house, which Jose did not make anybody pay extra money for.
Of course. Yes.
All right. you guys head back. We're actually going to move towards Nax. Nax, you are still taking care of the head and trying to remove the eye sockets. Um, with your passive perception, you would notice something. You would notice, um, something, a black sinew or a black ichor slowly draining from the ears of the head and hitting the ground and slowly moving.
Hmm. Would I see? Um. Big brain moments. Um. Yeah, I think I'll just have the, like, as I see it start to like animate.
It seems like
Um,
it's moving towards the door.
I'm just gonna have the swarm like go after it more or less.
You, you allow your swarm to like go towards it, and once you do, you see this. You hear something of a ripping noise, and you see out of the ear this white uh, uh, plaster uh, material fall out, and it looks like part of a mask, and quickly it moves towards the mass, moves up towards the ink, the not the ink, but up towards this ichor, uh, and when your swarm comes towards it, uh, you quickly feel your swarm could eat it or could try to attack it, but when one of them grabbed onto it, it seemed like it got uh, consumed by it. But uh, this black ichor uh, uh, moves quickly, and you start seeing a hand and another hand. These small hands that are skeletal being formed, and it's trying to crawl, and then you see a leg and then another leg, and you see a
At
head.
this point, I'm throwing hitting it with an ice knife.
Okay. Roll me an attack.
Oh, I rolled it in the wrong area. Whoops. Uh, Just scroll through all this shit. Where's it?
Can you do you know how to minimize stuff?
Well, I know how to minimize
Okay.
stuff.
I was just hoping.
It's still just trying to
Yeah.
scroll through all this shit.
That's a save, and then the attack. The attack. Uh, you throw it, and you see that the body kind of opened up, allow the ice knife to go through, and you miss. But ice knife does has a second effect. Roll the damage.
I guess ignore the hell was that other one?
Oh, that's from your favor foe. I
Oh, just ignore the first
Yeah.
one of the d6s then, I guess.
yeah.
I don't know why I rolled that.
The uh, you throw it and it explodes, and it does freeze this creature, but it shakes it off, and it starts it through the crack. It goes down and basically uh, turns back into a liquid. It runs out.
Okay.
Who is in the main room?
No one. They both went to bed.
Okay.
I don't think I.
You both
Did
went
I?
to bed.
What time is it?
It's around 2 a.m.
And this is before Jose and Pete have gotten back, right?
Yes.
I think Celia would probably, after he's done bathing, would probably be waiting for them.
Okay. You see this creature come out. It's like a mixture of an imp or goblin, but not with uh, muscle or flesh. It just has. It's not even solid. It's just this liquid, and it's just bone. You can just see remnants of like bone. Uh, it looks towards you, and it runs away and heading towards the door.
Okay. How fast is it?
It looks like because it'll be using its bonus action, and movement, so it'll be moving around about 90 feet.
Okay.
This is just quick what you're looking at, and it
I-
did stop to look at you.
Basically, when it's stopping to look at me, I'll try to command it. Have a lot better.
Use a spell slot, and it doesn't. Your spell doesn't seem to take hold.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured. Do I get one more action before it disappears?
You could use the command, right? And that was an action.
Yeah.
I would say you can do a high or low.
High.
You can use a bonus action.
I don't have any bonus actions.
Yeah.
But if the command doesn't work, I'll get up and start running after it, and I'll, as I'm passing by, bang on Lockhart's door to wake him up.
All right. You bang on Lockhart's door, and Lockhart, you were you did you just go to sleep, or were you just were you
I'm just
staying
doing
up?
things.
Okay.
Doing some, things.
You would hear banging at your door, and you would get up.
What now? I leave my room.
You leave your room. When you leave the room, you see Celio in a chase for something, and you see this black liquid going beneath the door of your room.
Going beneath the door of my room.
No, of the a part of the apartment room.
I would like to run at it and make a grapple check if that's allowed.
Okay. You can run up towards it, quickly open up the door and try to grab it. Roll me a strength check.
Good old strength check. Coming at you to 14.
Okay. It's going to use a reaction, and going to, when you try to grab onto it, you feel like your grip is not full, and it just turns into this liquid and dashes away. Simply like an eel.
I'm gonna keep
That'd be
running
an
after it.
athletics check.
Yeah, actually, I'll lock her do an athletics check. Regardless, the creature will have done that. It's a reaction what you can do.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
it's just plus your proficiency, right? For yours?
Yeah. So it's +7 instead of +4. So
So-
that's add 3.
Yeah.
So
No.
Sev-
Wasn't the Ray of the
17.
Rusting supposed to be expertise now?
Good question.
You can look that up. So you're just chasing after it?
Yeah, and once I'm out the door, remind me like how wide the hallways are in this inn?
It is 5 feet by 10, and you start noticing that the creature is running on the walls.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm gonna use a wild shape and turn into a panther.
Oh shit. Okay, you turn into a panther. Um, what's their movement speed?
50 feet.
50 feet, then you can action? Okay. Um, I would say at this point, you guys starting to chase this creature down, uh, and so you can catch up to it very quickly. In but
Yeah, I can double my proficiency with any strength checks I'm already proficient with.
okay, so just make that into a expertise. I'll make that into expertise for you. There you go.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Yeah, that's a plus 10 to you now.
Yeesh.
But uh, Jose, Pete, you open up the door to the towards the inn, and you see this black like imp slash goblin skeletal creature see you guys and basically turn into liquid and run below you, and then you see a Celio in his panther form, which is a celestial form. I mean, a not celestial, but a starry form of a
Yeah. Constellation.
yeah. Uh,
Celio's animal forms are pretty distinct. It's easy
Yeah.
to tell that it's him.
yeah. What you two doing?
What the hell? What's going on? Why is it just a black slime crawling between our legs and a panther running after it?
Oh, I'm also chasing it, and
What the
and
f-
hey, get
Lockhart, what's happening?
get that thing,
Get that thing?
the
What is that?
the little ooze thing. I don't know. It came out of one of the rooms, I think.
How far is it right now, Drago?
It has not stopped running from you guys, but right about it would be right about uh because you guys just got there. And you guys kind of didn't let Cilio go through you guys because you guys would be blocking the door.
We didn't know that
Oh,
was
oh.
Celio.
You're just going to smash right through them? Okay,
Mhm.
then you see Cilio catching up to it quickly, so I would say Cilio is right onto it, and it's probably around about uh, 20 feet away from you.
I guess I shoot it.
You shoot it?
I guess so.
Do I see the ichor like fleshy liquidy thing?
It looks like a black ire, like a, kind of like a, kind of like blood in a sense.
Oh, black ichor? Like tar?
Ichor,
Is
yeah,
that what you're
Ichor,
saying?
yeah, Ichor.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Yeah, Pete would shoot it. Yeah, for sure. I think
Eldritch
that's
Blast.
how you're describing it.
Okay, roll me attacks.
Okay, Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, sorry. I think I'm recognizing what that might be, Drago. 1 second.
One
Okay.
second. Fantasy grounds, thank you.
Does that hit, Drago?
You shoot with your lightning launcher, and it seems to connect with it.
Okay. Okay, then I'll just do this. Oh, that's good.
You deal some damage to it. It seems to be It seems to just be concerned about getting somewhere quickly.
Okay. Well, my gun is holstered, so I probably wouldn't shoot with my gun, so I'll just shoot my lightning launcher again.
Okay. Jose, you try to shoot out an Eldritch Blast, but it seems to be weaving around your Eldritch Blast, but getting hit by Pete's lightning launcher.
Ooh, that's bad rolls. Real bad rolls.
It takes the hit, and it's not. It is. It's still there, but it's not looking well.
Yeah, are we the only ones shooting it? What about
So
Nax?
yeah, so two things. First of all, if I was ever able to catch up to it without having to use my action to dash up to it, because I am a little bit faster than this
Yeah,
thing when I.
it'll be overtime where you can catch up to it and not having. It'll be a little bit overtime, but
So whenever I'm able to catch up to it in a turn without having to use my bow or without having to use an action, the panther can pounce. And if I move up to 20 feet and then hit something with an attack, I can knock it prone.
okay. Uh, I take that everyone else is following Nax. Were you following them or no?
No, this thing just came out of the skull that had the eyes in it,
Yes.
and that no, that
Think-
thing can fucking leave, and the eyes are staying behind.
Okay.
I mean, they probably got it right. I
Uh,
don't have any range, so I'm just gonna head back at this point.
So you do notice it with your passive perception. You would notice that it's looking for a particular thing, and you see a sewer grate in front of you,
Mhm.
and it looks directly towards it and trying to go towards it. But you can
Yeah.
make a pounce attack towards it.
Okay, I don't have
Let me get you a
access
panther.
to. Well, I can just do it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, 14 or so 18 total.
Is that what hit it?
Okay, so deal d6 plus 2, so 7 damage, and it needs to make a DC 12 strength save.
Okay. I'm going to just say this creature cannot be prone. Because what it's made out of.
It's the slime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then,
What do you mean I can't push this legless blob of creature over Drago?
but yeah, if that's the case, I mean, at least I'm still right next to it, so I can make a opportunity attack against it.
Yeah. It's going to. Well, you're next to it, and it's just. You kind of knocked it out of its area. It's going to disengage and just go down the thing. Go down the sewer grate.
And Pete
Can I
react
reach
before
it?
that happens?
Exactly.
You're going to try.
Not
Cilio in this
but-
thing was faster than you both.
Yes, but Pete is not trying to grab it. Is he within 60 feet of me?
Yeah.
I will try and vortex warp the thing.
Oh shit. Okay. What save doesn't he make?
He's gotta make a DC 15 con save. I can't target it, but yeah.
That's a natural one.
Unfold.
go.
It's back at the start.
It
Right
just
next
started
to-
to jump, and then it looks where it is. You.
I'll say it's right in front of Jose, so he can try and grab it.
Jose, you're going to try to grab it.
No, I'm gonna stab it.
Okay, you're going to stab it. Roll an attack.
Okay. Here you go. There you
That
go.
hits. That really hits. Oh, and this is magical, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, and I'm gonna cleanse it with divine smite.
Okay.
And we're making a lot of ruckus in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Yes, where do I find that? I can find it. I can find it. Don't worry about it.
It'll be under your
I can't-
paladins.
It's right underneath Divine Sense, don't forget.
You have divine sense, and you have divine smite.
Of course, I do.
Should be almost towards the top.
It should be towards the top, right? Okay, because that's crap. There we go.
Vortex warp is 90
Okay.
feet. Let's see.
Divine.
If you didn't have that, it would escape.
Why can't I like? Okay, so it's channel divinity, divine health, divine sense, divine smite. Here you go.
You just have to go down the list.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So open up the gear. And
And then just hit. You can just click that. Click the purple, and it will put on you.
Okay. So here we
Now
go.
roll your attack.
You mean damage, right?
Yeah, roll your damage.
Smash.
Oh. Oh.
Fucking kill it, dude. Kill it.
God
You
damn.
stab into it, and you just hear you don't hear anything, but the acre just evaporates with this radiant damage.
We hear nothing but the sound of an explosion.
Yeah, and you just see a small porcelain piece on the ground.
That's two.
Alright,
I
can
put
someone
out the
please
blade.
explain what exactly is happening now that it's dead?
Why? We could start with a why.
Yes, and what? I've been feeling what it is, but you know, it'd be nice to have some concrete information.
Do we know if it's a who?
It might belong to a who.
Ooh.
Heliopanther will like walk back and like kind of push into the door. Is there still an attendant at the front desk?
You would see that the attendant was. You can't see it on the other side of the desk, but if you just look at it, you just see the attendant slowly lifting up their head, and just. Is everything okay?
We need great reviews. Excellent. I will completely ignore the 400 thread bed sheets. Forget this happened.
Okay. She. They just look confused.
Never mind us.
I'm gonna like shift back into my normal form. Just, I'm really I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know. Just some little pest found in our room, and was just trying to take care of it.
Imagine if people would find out you had this kind of pest, but we won't mention anything.
You got a rat problem.
Well, that is true. Spiders.
Didn't mean to scare you. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. She's just wide-eyed, like trying to. They're just confused.
He goes inside.
Well,
Doesn't
we're
even
gonna go
try to
back to
explain himself.
our. Gotta go to sleep now.
Have a good evening.
Yeah. You too.
Technically, it's morning, but yes.
That was pedantic.
No, but it was accurate. You need to correct the help when they make mistakes. How would they learn?
It's not mutually exclusive. But let's go back up.
Okay.
You guys came back at like the perfect time. That's really. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, that's us. The perfect time, folks. In any
That
case, you
name is
mind?
fucking terrible.
Yeah, look, mate, it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, and I am fucking tired. But can someone explain what the fuck that was all about?
Yeah, I mean, so when we got back, Nax offered to try to remove the eyes from the head. Took it into her room, and I was just sitting out in the little common area waiting for you guys to get back. Saw that thing run out from under her door. It looked like it had gotten a little bit like frozen around the edges or something. And then it just saw me and started bolting. So I figured it's probably not something that's good. So I chased it down, and luckily you guys were there too.
Can I try to recognize what that creature is,
It
Drago?
looks familiar, yeah.
Where it may came from?
Uh,
Who
the-
it may have came from?
It looks familiar. You don't know who made it. You just know it looks familiar. Pete hasn't met him when he was doing it.
Did anybody pick up the
No. Yeah, Wolfric was getting fucked by it. I think Pete saw that.
You just saw javelins. That's it.
You described what the javelins look like, Drago.
Yeah, but I'm meaning over at the dungeon. You interacted with the same creature over at the dungeon. when
Can
Dude
I
was,
make a conjecture as to what the creature is from,
yeah,
dimension-wise?
you can have a guess. Yes.
Okay, it sounds like you're not giving this a freebie, Drago. All right,
No.
it is what it is. All right.
You're players. You can figure stuff out.
Okay.
Or what if we just don't and we just
Yeah, it
No.
doesn't sound. You're making it sound like Pete wouldn't be able to make a guess as to what this might be.
I didn't
Only
say
I can.
I didn't say that Pete can't. He's very intelligent.
He can certainly try, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll keep it to myself for now. This is what I'm. Is the hint I'm getting. All right, whatever. I'm going to sleep. If no one else has anything else to say.
Well, okay, yeah. Did anybody pick it up?
I didn't hear anyone.
The I take then before I take the porcelain thing or whatever was left.
Mhm.
Just
It seems like to be a part of a mask.
so who's doing the cosplay?
Oh, a mask, bro. Fuck, dude.
Hey, Pete. I think maybe I don't know if this is a great idea. You can tell me or not, but your like magic bag thing that you have.
Yep.
Maybe we should like stick it in there so it. I don't know. I think it would have a harder time escaping if it was in a magic like space.
It looks kind of dead as it stands.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know if it can come back or not.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? I've already got one curse item in here. So I mean, I can make a collection. Let's give it here.
I'm just
I
saying, like, I
give
don't
it away.
know. Maybe if we didn't kill it for good.
Yep. I take the piece of mass and I shove it in the bag of holding.
Okay. Add in your inventory a
God, I have to add it.
yeah. Add in a Brooklyn porcelain mask.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was just waiting for you guys to come back just to make sure you got back safe. So, I'd like to go to bed. I'm sure you guys feel the same.
Yeah, it's been a long day now.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's a good idea, mate.
I really hope that I'll be able to sleep tonight. So
Oh.
I think we just go back up to our rooms.
So you guys travel up to your rooms. Jose, do you go straight to your room?
Oh,
No, I take a shower. I go to the bath and then go to my room.
Okay. Next, I would say the process doesn't take long. When the creature jumped out of the head, you easily finish out the process of removing the eyes. And how are you storing the eyes?
We're just gonna wrap them up in some cloth and kind of just like stick it in my bag.
Okay. And
Out of sight, out of mind.
I would say at this point, while finishing up, your swarm has eaten most of the head. The only thing that's left is like the tongue, the tough muscle. That's the only thing that they haven't really got to.
They'll get to it.
Okay. Yeah, the bone's still there. The skull is there.
Well, I'd assume so.
Yeah. And you just kind of, you do hear Jose coming, passing through, and you hear all of the gang basically joining in the main area.
Yeah, we'll just vibe in here for now.
Okay. I take it that Lockhart went back to bed.
yep.
Yep.
I wasn't fucking around with that anymore.
Pete, you go to bed.
I take a shower as well once
Alright.
this is done.
Are you?
But yeah.
You know you can both do. It's basically Enough room
Nah,
for.
dude.
Okay.
Nah, dude. It sounds like a one-person bathroom now at this point. Everybody's taking turns.
Everyone doesn't want to look. Take turns.
They lose the opportunity upon gazing this wonderful, very hardly trained,
Yes,
majestic
of
body.
course. And I think Pete at this point, it's funny now that I think about it. The one the the bathroom scenes that we've had in the past, the first one Pete was with, nobody's there anymore.
Yeah.
And the second one was kind of in the bathhouse here at the cot, and Pete was kind of by himself and fell asleep.
Yeah.
So I think I guess Pete's not exactly comfortable with sharing
All right.
some
All
of the
right.
scars he has at the moment
All right.
with some of the newer folks.
Um, Jose, you do take a refreshing bath, um, and you do leave. I also have to say, Silly, did you go to straight to bed or did you stay in the common area?
Oh no! Now that they're back, um, that's all I was waiting for. Was
Okay.
just for them to get back safe. So yeah, I'm going to bed now.
Okay, so you head to bed with, and then Lockhart heads to bed with you. Uh, Jose, actually, Pete, around about 30 minutes, Jose appears out of the bath, and then you can.
I warmed it up for you, and I go to my room.
Oh boy,
You open your
I go
room.
in and I yep.
Uh, Jose, you open up your room and you see Nax there in your room. With a skull and some meat on her, her, it's not cape,
The shawl.
shawl, on her shawl. Um, and you see a lot of her, swarm is eating, all the meat off of it. And she just placed something in a bag.
I'm sorry, this is my room.
Who's the only one with a mirror? But I had some questions that
I will be more than glad to answer in the morning.
kind of relevant to you.
I understand and I am flattered, but not my type. I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about that. You're a little too foreign for me. But
You're the one in my bed, so
while you were participating with whatever happened at the house, I had to find a place to sit and meditate. The closest of that being your family's house, or what's left of it at least.
Jose's expression changes. What did you do?
I didn't do anything, but I get the feeling that someone else did.
Okay.
Depending on the religious leanings of your family prior to your sleep episode.
We all worship her grace, the Raven Queen.
That's not what I saw. Are you sure your family was really loyal to her?
Listen, I do not know you, but I will not be taking offense towards my family.
I'm not here to offend, I'm just trying
Yes,
to understand what I found.
my family, and the core values of what my house stood for was undoubtedly unwavering fealty and faith towards Her Majesty the Raven Queen.
Next, I want to kind of clarify on a little bit of information I gave you. It wasn't the markings weren't in books. They were somewhat kind of like graffiti on the walls. And
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I was just letting you know that.
It was under the same operation of how Nax and others
Yeah.
function. So that's yeah, I get you.
Yeah, yeah.
But that being said, and I'm assuming that seeing the markings, I would have taken some rough,
Mhm.
sketches of it
Yeah.
as part of the studying of it.
Uh,
Um,
uh, the marking that you have is kind of like a book opening, but with sprouts of tree coming out of the book, and you see like what looks like flowers, but it's more of uh, drops of just like drops that goes down towards the book from the trees. Uh, the tree has no leaves, but barren branches with drops going back towards the book. That's a symbol.
I'm gonna open up to that page where that's all marked off at, and kind of just toss it towards the other end of the bed, by closer to where Jose is.
Jose, while looking at this, I want you to make a wisdom saving throw and also a history check. First wisdom, then history.
Okay, first wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And now history, not religion.
History, yes.
Okay.
All right. uh, with your, you don't know what the symbol is. But kind of looking at it, it kind of draws something up, but it doesn't stick. And the information that you're trying to gather from this symbol does not stick.
This is not familiar.
Oh, that's unfortunate. For whatever reason, it seems to be marked within what's left of your family's home, um, as well as what I'm assuming were their garments, whether they wore them and passed away wearing them or not is I'm unsure about. But on top of did your family have any kind of infatuation with serpentile creatures, pets, or anything of that nature?
It was a big house. Perhaps some of the servants might, but none of my family members were allowed to keep pets. Father was very concerned of whatever distractions they might bring, so we weren't very allowed to have them.
Then, hearing that, I'd be willing to say that in your absence, whatever happened to your family would have been maybe a bit of foul play, at least from the bits I've been able to put together so far.
So someone did that to my family.
What
Not
they did
something happened.
exactly, I don't know what happened to them exactly, but I can tell you that something happened to them, and they're no longer here.
Oh, yes,
But I was
that I know.
seeing if any of these weird symbols or pet would have related to you and your family's interests or not, but
No, I believe no pets were allowed. but I take the drawings. This is something I can use.
Well, I can make you a copy of those. I'll keep that for myself.
Very well then.
I was just curious if you had any insight as to why that would have been there.
I understand.
I do need to ask. Nax, you did put that in your journal, right? Okay. You notice while opening to that particular page, you kind of saw on the next page. You you swear that you haven't written anything on the back of this page, but it seems like there was text on it.
Okay.
Do you read the text? Or do you just
Cautiously, yeah.
The text, it just seems like one paragraph. It does sacrificing blood, which will make the plants grow. I mean, no, it's not that way. Need my notes. The sacrifice of one will feed the grove, but the sacrifice of all will feed the planet. We are. We will help. We'll help try divine and save what's left. And when you finish reading that paragraph, a new paragraph appears. Do you keep on reading?
Yeah.
You keep on reading, okay. We caused the devastation in the chaotic winds. The tree has bloomed and the leaves have fallen. Those that remember will never remember more. When you finish that, a new one appears. Do you keep on reading?
Mm-hmm.
You keep on reading. We have made the forest of the mist. We have planted a seed there that allows it to grow and continuously in the. And it shall always be continuously growth. When you read that one, the next one appears. Do you keep on reading?
Yeah, we'll just keep reading as stuff appears.
Oh shit! Okay, okay. Oh, the force of the shield. The great powerful always needs a protector. We have planted the first seed, and hopefully it'll grow into beauty. And then it goes on to Jose. You are noticing something that with Nax. Nax seems to be engrossed with this page, and she keeps on reading, but not reading aloud. But she doesn't recognize that you're there anymore.
I walk up to her and look at the book as well. I
You're
want to see
looking.
whatever she's reading. Yeah.
You don't see anything.
I activate Eyes of the Rune Keeper. Do I not see anything?
You don't see anything. Next, it goes on in reading. The North and South Pole was remnants of. I mean, actually, the North and South wastelands were remnants of our might. We shall continuously show what worth of sacrifice is. Then it'll go on. And you actually get into a brief of we sacrifice our blood so plants will grow. We sacrifice our blood so society grows. We sacrifice our hearts so we can grow. And Jose, you notice? Actually, Nax, you would notice on yourself first. your hand, while flipping a page, seems to turn to this tree bark material. Jose, you start noticing this too.
I flick the book off her hands. What are you doing?
Uh,
Look at your hands.
I see that. I
Uh,
don't know.
Once you get away from it, your hand starting. You quickly blink and it's back to normal. Jose, now you remember that the Forest of the Mist. Actually, everyone will remember that the Forest of the Mist a was caused by a cult has has planted a seed that continuously growed, but the Phelan, uh, with help of the Shadowfell, made a boundary so it stopped. And then everyone else would actually. I'm just going down the list. The chaotic winds, the basically the typhoon that has never moved, was caused by uh, a cult that planted a massive tree that when the leaves have fallen, it ruined anything in that area. The Shieldwood Forest uh, was was uh, was also caused by the same cult that they did. They wanted to put some type of protection for nature so they could so it could survive and thrive. Um, so they started planting and making the Shieldwood Forest. And the north and south wastelands, uh, they are uh, they are caused because a particular plant was grown and it still it is basically never ending. It thrives on living in harsh conditions, and it will stay that way. These are canon events that happen in Tales of Zoggirial, and everyone will know this history.
So is it
It,
easy enough to put two and two together that the name of that cult that was there is related to this whole situation?
yes, and you would know the name, since you have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone else wouldn't because they haven't looked into it.
Okay. Well, we'll go to retrieve the book that was knocked out of my hand and keep it closed for now.
Okay.
I agree.
Uh, your family might not have been directly involved with them, but I think
Yes, what you were reading out loud, it might seem that my family was taken advantage of.
I
Somebody
guess,
did this to them.
yeah, and I guess seeing what happened and seeing the tree with the clothes on it.
There was a tree with clothes on it.
Well, the trees, plural, that are in your house all had clothes on them, and given what just happened here, I'm assuming that the trees are what's left of the family you had.
So that's my family.
In a sense, more think of them as, I guess, tombstones. I think they're a little too far gone to be saved in any way, but
Jose tries with all his might just to not let the dreadful aspect take over from him. He cracks his neck. Who did this?
I need to look into it more before I can say for sure. I have leads, but nothing
A
solid
name.
enough.
I
There
just need
isn't.
a name.
There isn't a singular name to give for this.
Okay, an organization, a title. Just. It's been a very long night. And I just towards the door. Please, you have your accommodations.
And pick up my things and head out of the room.
You head out of the room. We close the door. Pete just getting out of the bath. Jose, you're left alone in your room.
And you guys hear Jose trashing the the room.
Everything going all right in there?
Just a slur of profanities being screamed from
So,
Jose's room.
do you know what's going on next?
Remember how we walked past his house? Well, at least what he claimed was his house when we first came to town.
Yeah.
But while you were participating in activities, I went there to meditate a bit and found some information, had a little bit of a epiphany, as it were, while conversating with Jose about his family and their beliefs and such, and some one thing group, whoever, um, the trees that were growing out of the house, or what's left of the house, are what's left of his family.
Oh.
And he didn't take the news too well.
Oh, it's like that, huh? Yeah, yeah, I can see why he'd get, well, he'd lose it hearing that. Uh, well, doesn't sound like anything we can do for him right now. I guess we just let him sleep it off.
Hopefully that's all he needs.
Right.
He's probably not going to be the best of moods for the next day or two.
That's really bad considering he's supposed to be talking to the queen tomorrow. Oh boy. Okay.
Well, as long as they don't know that the family's all dead, then he can at least keep up the illusion that his family is relevant. But
All right. So just don't bring it up with him at all in the next couple of days on this topic. Gotcha.
I
Okay.
I wouldn't bring it up with anyone at the moment. It
Yeah.
was just
Fair enough.
it was just something I've kind of put together as of recently. So it's still information I need to process through.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I can promise I won't bring it up then. And Pete Franklin always keeps his promises, at least to his friends. So there we go.
And I also had a discussion with the Celio and Lockhart, or however.
Oh,
We needed to keep him on a bit more of a leash. I don't know how you all have operated so far with him, but
Oh, yeah, Lockhart. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice about that. Fuck's sake. He's asleep, right? Yeah, he doesn't need to hear anything.
I mean, I said worse to him when he first got here, so I don't think
Okay.
this is that bad in comparison.
Okay.
My point being, just I can't speak for it because I haven't been present long, but at the same time, I can't really
No, he's a real
condone
piece of
those
shit.
actions.
He's a real piece of shit. You don't need to sugarcoat it. I certainly don't. He's an asshole. He's our asshole, but he's an asshole nonetheless, and he very well may not be such a great friend from what I found out tonight. I need to talk to him about something tomorrow, and I hope. Oh, let's just say I hope he has a really good reason.
A reason for
So you know that axe he was holding. Well, actually, no, you weren't even at the fight tonight. So I guess you
I've
didn't see it.
I've seen it, but it's never really.
Yeah, so that's like a how do I put it? It doesn't really belong to him, or to me for that matter. It belongs to my people. Think of it as like I guess the best comparison would be like a holy relic of some kind of ours. And he's not exactly using that with permission.
Then why don't you just take it from him?
Oh, I did want to do it, but I mean, I didn't notice he was using it until the fight started, and it didn't really make sense to, start an argument while we're fighting for our lives. And quite frankly, as much as much as I'm fuming right now, I don't want to shoot someone who has been a friend, as far as I'm aware, so far in the back while he's asleep. So I'm just gonna talk to him tomorrow morning, and we'll just go from there.
Do you think that's the right thing to do?
It is, quite frankly, the most respectable thing I can do. Of course, that only makes sense if he treats me with that same respect, which we will find out tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna be out here for a little bit since I don't want to wake everybody up. So I'm gonna be making some stuff. So if you want to take, get some sleep, you can go right ahead first. Unless there's something else you want to talk about.
Not at the moment. I think I'm gonna bathe quick and then take my rest.
Okay.
So
In that case, I think Drago would go our separate ways. In terms of the-
you walk away. You go into the room and get some
Oh
sleep.
no, I'm on the common room. I am in dire need of bullets, mate. I need.
Oh,
to make
you're
some.
going to start making some. Okay, roll me a.
Yes.
I think
I'm
it's-
in very dire need of bullets. Dude.
Okay, roll me a Tinker's Tool check.
Okay, can my homunculus help me?
Yes.
Okay. Thinker's tools check. Where was that skill?
Okay. You get 5 bullets, 5 normal bullets with that day. And it was 2d6s. Actually, no, wait. One sec. 14 bullets, and that would be regular.
14 regular bullets.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that'll
Any
be
masterwork ones?
no masterwork ones this time.
Okay.
That would have been 4d6 of the normal bullet, of the normal.
4d6. So that's how many pounds of iron? I bookmarked this somewhere. Shit.
If I remember correctly, it was 1 pound, right?
There's 1 pound per some amount of per each die of bullets, I think.
Yeah.
So 2 pounds from the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and add that in my inventory real quickly.
It was
Then.
based off of the d6s I rolled, so.
Okay. And 14 regular bullets, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Shit, yeah, that's plenty of bullets now. Okay.
You craft, and next you get done with your bath, and you see Pete crafting, and you just. You can see him crafting, and then you head off towards bed, I take it?
Yep.
Okay. You do so. Pete, after you're done crafting, you head towards bed. Hey, Celio, roll me a 1d100.
And if I refuse,
I refuse.
If you refuse, you refuse.
I
Okay.
got a
Perish.
420.
Okay. You sleep fine. Normal.
I don't want to sleep fine. Just give me the thing. Just get it over with, please.
You can't just have it.
You can't just have a nightmare,
No.
Celio.
Can I roll with disadvantage, please?
Can I willingly roll with disadvantage?
I have to say, really rolling a disadvantage for D100. That sounds fantastic, so do it.
Do I want high or low here? Damn it! Almost the same thing.
It doesn't make a difference, dude.
Okay. You sleep fine? No dreams?
Son of a bitch.
No, roll to see if it's a wet dream.
What does the motherfucker want?
But we are going to aim a little bit towards Lockhart. Lockhart, while you're sleeping, while you're sleeping, it's just your skin is agitated a bit. Like there's rage towards something, but you don't know what. While trying to grapple with the ink-like creature, it seemed like your skin wanted to do that. It seemed like there was something there that it was. You just feel this presence, and you just relive this memory of you trying to grab this ink-like creature. It feels like your skin wanted to give revenge to something. But you start,
Okay.
in your dream, you started noticing that your heart beats, and you look at your body, and you look out towards a massive void, and you see a heart beat, but it's not really a heart. It looks pale, and it has bioluminescence like your skin, and you just feeling it, knowing it's there. You also get a second feeling of hunger and growth. Would you want to feed it, or would you want to let it starve?
Well,
I'm going to let you know, if you feed it, you do permanently lose 1 HD until the Vormok is killed and gone forever.
Oh, I'm definitely just gonna let it start. Fuck that dude.
Okay. And I take it that's your answer.
Yes, let it starve.
I'm going to, after game. I'm going to let you know if you did choose the other one, what you would do, what would happen.
Okay.
Uh, you just turn your head away from it, and it's still beating, but not as strong. But you don't feel anger from it. You feel this longing. But your dream goes back into what you would dream normally. The nightmares that you've been having of the memories, and the new memories somewhat mixing in with what you know.
Fun. uh,
Jose, your dreams go smoothly. Next, your dream goes smoothly. Pete, your dreams go smoothly. You're all able to take a long rest.
Sick.
I'll go to combat tracker and long rest, you guys.
Oh, great. Now I need to reset my spells again. Here we go.
Spellcasters, take up your spells, prepare your spells, and do whatever you want with your spells.
spell what now?
Yeah. So
What spells?
I think I wake up and I'm still really tired, so I go right back to sleep
Fair.
and take a long rest.
Fair.
24 hours. You have to wait 24 hours.
So the camera goes back into Jose's room where he's after Nax leaves and the thing is Nax left the spider. He's just trying to kill the freaking spider like
Uh,
nope. He's not
Keep,
cursing, he just saw a spider. And he's trashing the room because he saw a spider.
it is 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 25th of July.
9 a.m.
Yeah, I do have some stuff I want to do today.
Okay. Just real quick. Pete's gonna once Pete wakes up, he's gonna disable his bag of holding infusion and move everything safely into his now existing bag of holding.
Okay, you do so.
And I like, ooh, what infusions do I have right now? Could I just be that guy and just boost my AC again? Why not?
Do it.
Repulsion
you
shield.
good- you
No,
have-
repulsion shield's currently active on my shield, so I'm gonna give my armor enhanced defense.
you have no idea what's gonna happen today.
Okay,
Enhanced defense adds what to it?
+1.
Plus
my
one?
AC.
Okay.
It'd be nice if I had mind sharpener, but I didn't prepare that, so it's too bad.
I will add that ability to your armor. Enhanced defense. Add item. Boop. I see what. So now you are at. I'm going to actually get rid of, delete this, and add Pete to the combat tracker, and going to empty out his effects. He has like a lot of effects that should not be there.
Yeah, and the radiant and enhanced weapons effects should not be there. Nor is the bag of holding, because I have just a permanent one right now.
Yeah, it's telling you what you have. That's what's happening. Radio weapon and what?
No. Enhanced defense, repulsion shield, and homunculus servant.
Enhanced defense, repulsion shield, and
That's the
servant.
homunculus.
Okay, so yeah. There you go. I'm just going to make these visible again so you can see which one you are. That AC is +1 is your enhanced defense.
Okay. Do I need to modify my AC
No,
in
no.
my character?
No, that
Okay.
effect will automatically change it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sure? It's not updated right now.
It's the effect line. It won't say that your AC has increased, but it has. it has to 24.
Okay.
So you're fine. I can promise you, I can hit with you with a 24, and if I hit you 23, it would not hit you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Yeah, shit. I need to prepare my spells now. All of a sudden. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, so Lockhart today isn't wearing his armor, so do with that what you will. He's wearing his nice clothes today.
Cilio and Nax, you can prepare your spells too. And I think, yeah, Jose, you can prepare your spells too.
Am I
You
the only one
know-
who doesn't have spells?
Jax doesn't need to
Uh-huh.
prepare his spells.
Well, he still has spells.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's honestly a whole lot of spells that I would want to prepare besides the ones that I always do.
Okay. I was just letting you guys know that. But everyone wakes up, do their morning rituals. Jose, your room is trashed.
Freaking
can't-
spider.
You can't lift up the bed to flip it. It's way too big.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I go out. I go to my room. Okay.
6.
Has anybody seen spiders?
I see plenty of spiders all the time.
It doesn't that come with Nax's thing, right?
Hmm. Perhaps. Well, a spider trashed my room last night, so can you help me try to fix it a little bit and flip the bed back?
I'm pretty busy today. Sorry.
Yep, me too. Sorry.
You okay?
Like legit. I'm not lying. Speaking of, a is Nax out of her room yet?
Yeah, probably at this point.
I'll just walk up to you right quick. Hey, so listen. You're right. I did some thinking, and you're right. I shouldn't have tried that out there. It was the bad call. And I also can't really think when I'm being yelled at like that, so that's why I turned hostile last night. I'm sorry.
It's understandable. Both of us were in a combative mood.
Right. Well, I have to go say sorry to someone else, so I'll get going, and then I'll go look for Pete.
Okay. Pete, are you in your room or did you step out?
I guess Pete is preparing his spells in his room.
Yeah, you just see Pete on his bed with all his gadgets, and looking at the shard, but mostly looking at the gadgets that he keeps for his spells.
I'm gonna knock on the door frame.
Yep, I'm in here.
Hey, whenever you're done, you wanna go get some breakfast?
How about we just talk right now, mate?
Okay. I wanted to do it over breakfast, but I guess right here is fine. So listen, I only used it and attuned it for that fight.
You can't attune to something during a fight, Lockhart.
I did it. I tuned to it right before the fight, and last night after the fight, I unattuned to it.
You gotta attune to it the night before. Or at least when we've had a break. And we've been together the whole time. That's what I can remember.
I was expecting a big fight.
Right.
I
And you
wanted to
never
use.
thought to talk to me about it? Before you did it?
I knew you wouldn't approve of it, and
Of
that's
course
on
not.
me.
I wouldn't approve it, sure, but the very least you could have done was tell me, so that I could, sue over it. You did it behind my back.
Yeah, I did. That was no. There's no real excuse for it.
Listen, Lockhart, I get where you're coming from. Like, I can understand that. I'm a logical guy, but I'm also fairly emotional. So let me just last I check, you did promise me. You promised me that you'd only hold on to it, to keep it for safekeeping. Now, since I couldn't, apparently I couldn't do it per your and Silo's words. Because apparently the moment I touch the weapon, some god is going to take over my mind. But you promised me that you'd only hold on to it, that you wouldn't use it. And apparently that promise meant shit to you.
Circumstances change.
Is it really? So what, you're telling me that depending on the circumstances, your promises are just easily bent and broken? Telling me that your words are shit? That anything you say is worth less than shit, that I can't really trust you? To keep anything? To promise? Keep any of your promises?
If that's how you see it, then I guess
That
there's no
is
way
quite frankly how I see it, but I was hoping you'd tell me otherwise. Or at least tell me you wouldn't do it again.
I don't foresee a huge fight until the tournament, which we should hopefully have this returned by then. So I have no need for it anymore.
Right.
I
You don't have a need for it anymore. That's the key word here. You don't need it. So the moment something does happen and you need it again, you're gonna just do it behind my back again? Or are you actually gonna bring it up this time?
I just I I I physically felt sick using it. So at this point, I don't think I would use it again.
Like, why'd you even have to use that weapon, Lock? I know you have other weapons in that bag, Lockhart. Not just this stupid ass cursed greatsword. You had other stuff in there.
I was expecting a a cataclysmic sized fight, and I wasn't gonna bring. I didn't want to use. Not, I just wanted to use the best of what I had available. Like, wouldn't you wouldn't you use your best hammer to forge to to forge armor
Not
for
if
your
I'm
team?
not allowed to use it. Not if it doesn't belong to me. Because it wasn't mine to begin with. Like, that sword never belonged to you to begin with either.
Great axe.
Oh, oops, sorry. Great axe didn't belong to you to begin with either.
It I was able to manage to communicate it with it a little. Uh, as crazy as that sounds. Actually, not that crazy yet. Now that I truly think about it, I have a really bad record with this stuff. But it saw me as just a vessel. So it allowed me to use part of it so I could transport it safely. But I I know this might mean nothing to you now. Now that I've completely shattered your trust, but I'm not gonna use it again. And if I do, shoot me. I'm serious.
You don't seem to understand why that weapon is so important to me, Lockhart. It's not just some great axe, that axe was made by Hill, which to you might just sound like a guy, but to me, he's my people's founder. He you know he is my people's founder. He's my people's leader. He's our inspiration. He's the one that gave us our knowledge. We goblins wouldn't be who we are today if it wasn't because of him. And that right there is one of his first and greatest creations. To us, those weapons are like sacred relics to the gods. And the fact that you would just hold it, and that you just use it without telling me, without asking for permission, without even considering how I feel about it, that's just you're not just insulting me. You're insulting my entire race and my culture. You might as well be spitting on my grave.
I didn't know it. I didn't know it meant that much. I didn't realize it was one of the first ones.
Look, it's fine. It's in the past. Well, it's not fine, but
Oh yeah,
it's not really
clearly not
anything we
fine.
can do about it right now. You can hold on to it, because even if I don't trust your word, I still trust Celio's word, and he told me that if I was to touch that weapon, I'd go crazy. So you can hold on to it. But the moment we find Kill, you're giving that back to him.
Of course.
And no more jokes, no more excuses, no more lies. You try to cheat, steal, run away or something. I'm not just gonna shoot you. I won't. I'm not a saint, all right? I've done bad things. I've killed, stole, broke the law. I carry grudges. I'm not exactly a good person either. And no matter what, there is always one rule that I always keep to myself. It's my golden commandment. And that's to treat goodwill with goodwill and trash with trash.
El otro día mi
I respect the people who respect me, and people who treat me like shit, I treat them like shit. So if you lie to me, I'm not good at these things. I'm not, I'm smart about the book stuff. But apparently I hit my head and I can't really get a good grasp on emotions wise and read people anymore. So, the way I see it, a friend's a friend and an enemy's an enemy. Black is black, white is white. There really isn't a gray for me anymore. It makes things really simple. So if you betray me again, I'll probably hunt you down until one of us is dead.
Now, question: does this count when I'm charmed? Because I don't have a, I'm pretty susceptible to charms and stuff, as we've seen in the past.
I think it depends. If I notice that you're charmed, then it's fine. If I don't, then no.
I mean, if I'm charmed and I'm attacking you, I would recommend fighting back. But
Listen, if I notice you meant well, then it's good. If I don't, then you're just an enemy. As simple, right?
simple.
Yep, keep things simple. That's how I go about it nowadays. In any case, I get where you're coming from. I get why you did it, and I get why you didn't tell me. I get all these things now. It's good that we got to talk about this, after, while we're not heated in the moment. So I guess it's a good thing you didn't pull out that weapon until we were in a life and death battle.
Yeah, I didn't. This doesn't mean much to you right now, but I do promise I only attuned to it the night before the fight, and I'm currently unattuned to it. So I can no I'm gonna be no longer using it.
All right, all right. You know how I am with promises, so I'll hold you to your word now. All right, well, great conversation. I was glad we were to get past it. I thought, I'll admit, I thought things could have gotten real bad between us there.
Yeah, I figured also not wearing my armor today was gonna be a real trust factor here.
Can I be quite honest with you, Locke? I didn't really notice that, but I appreciate the sentiment.
And I even busted up my nice clothes.
Oh, I just thought that was for like the queen or something, since we're meeting her later.
Oh, that too, but I just wanted to wear them. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
All right, well, breakfast.
Yep. I'm fucking famished. I could use something to eat.
Do you just wanna just go us and?
No, let's grab the others.
Okay.
Why just us?
I was gonna buy.
You can buy all of us then. It's
I guess I do owe some of y'all some a little something. So.
yeah, it's a spirit. All right.
But just don't tell Jose until after we ordered, please.
Fine. I won't tell him.
You know how he is.
Yes, I do know how he is.
All right. Oh yeah, we also have to get packed up and get out of this room by. What was it? 10? Shit.
Thing like
11?
it's usually noon, but I can't really be sure. In any case, it's our last morning, so yeah, we should pack anyway.
Yeah. All right. You want any help packing or?
As we're having this conversation, Lockhart, you do realize Pete was having this conversation while messing with his stuff because he was technically still preparing his spells.
Oh right, yeah.
Maybe once I'm done here, I can come out and help.
Okay.
Well,
I'll leave you to that then.
Lockhart, you step out of the room. I take it that the door was closed, but our very precise people with the highest perception could probably hear like some of it, but not all of it.
Pete
So
was
the rest
yelling,
of the
bro.
party?
At the very least, Pete, everybody heard what Pete said.
Okay, yeah. Lockhart, you go out and you see everyone else in the main area, and you go on with.
These are great fucking pancakes.
They should bring breakfast. I did order the full service.
Okay, cool. Then I don't.
You guys, Pete, with preparing your spells, you get all your gadgets done, and you are ready to go and tackle the day. All of you are ready to tackle the day and eating your breakfast. Nax, you're letting your swarm hold off until everyone's finished, right? Or are you just giving some small pieces off to the side?
Yeah, we'll like just push off a couple pieces to the side to keep them sated, so they're not mauling everyone else's dishes.
Okay.
Can I like pull out a couple pieces of ham out of my omelet and just hold it out for some of the spiders?
You do so, and they'll fly
Yeah.
over and grab it.
Yeah,
Flying spiders, nightmare. Thank you.
I told you guys that from like the beginning. Like the swarm just consists of nothing but like small tarantulas with wings.
Oh my god,
Still
can I
can't
get used to it?
They're like they are
Burn this table with fire now.
my thought of what they look like are like
Lockhart, remember that alchemist fire I gave you?
my
No.
thought my
The
thought
alchemist
on,
doom, dude?
Maybe I have it still. I don't know.
my thought on what your spiders look like are like jumping spiders with
I do have it.
wings of like a wasp or a or of a fly. But yeah,
Hold on. Let me find a good tarantula.
Actually, that's quite all right.
Yeah.
Don't you're okay.
Yeah.
Don't
Hey,
you're
where,
Give me
who
a
would
good-
design that thing?
We don't need to see that.
But yeah,
where did that head go, anyways?
I thought you had it, Lockhart.
I went to bed before the eyes were out, I think.
Oh yeah, Nax
What?
had the head.
Oh,
Like I
Nax
told
has
you.
the head. Okay. No, you never told me that.
No, I told you last night.
Oh yeah,
We gave it to Nax to get the eyes out.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? I may have
Can I get
missed
that?
that with all the shenanigans with the slime thing.
Oh yeah. What was that, anyways?
It crawled out of the head when I was working on it.
And it looks a lot. It looked a lot like something you find in that the painting realm. I can't remember the exact name for it.
Like
Dragon
those
Homie.
dogs?
Yeah, exactly. Like those dogs.
Is it still in your bag? Is it
Yeah. Still in my bag.
Did it reform itself?
you take it out.
I can check. I take it
If
out.
it's
It's still
like
like
the
a-
dogs,
It's still like a there's no black ichor on it. It's just a cracked piece of a porcelain mask.
Well, that's good.
Yep, still a mask. Think it's dead.
if it's like the dogs, then it's dead because I smited.
That's right. They were weak to radiant damage, so I guess you smiting it helped.
Can I get the head? Or are you keeping it?
What are you going to do with the head?
Well, I hope it's
Hey, I'm
It's-
not here to king shame. I'm just
Get a room lock card. That's what you.
I hope it's recognizable enough so I can give it back to what's her face?
your
Anyway.
bounty holder, of
Yes.
course.
Dearest mom, which
So-
her
Yeah.
name I forgot.
So no head.
I don't know if it'll be recognizable.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll work.
Nax,
The
you just
The flesh kind of melted off and stuff. It's just kind of the skull.
I'm sure it'll work. You just hand it over.
Just hand him over this the mildly damp skull.
yeah.
My favorite.
Lockhart, you can add into your inventory a dwarvish skull.
I don't know, man. That
Might
kind of
be
could
damn
be any
dwarvish
dwarf now.
skull.
I think I'll just put that in my head, for later, because I'm not gonna pull it out until it's story relevant. I don't want to have that in my head. I don't want to have Storm's skull written on my paper.
The one thing is, does Speak with Dead? Can it have just be a skull too? I can't remember.
No, it's gotta have like a tongue and
Oh yeah, yeah.
have the vocal cords to
It's
actually
just a
talk.
skull. Just a skull.
I'm not sure. Let me look at the spell because I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Yeah, it's gotta be able to speak like if it was living. So you can't have a skeleton speak dead. It's gotta be able to have its ability to vocalize what it's trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corpse
Yeah,
must
yeah,
still have
the
a mouth.
corpse
It
must
can't
still
be
have a
undead.
mouth. Yeah, it can't be undead.
I mean, it's still got a jaw.
I
But
have
it
no
doesn't
mouth,
have
that's the dream.
lips.
I mean, what
Or-
constitutes a mouth, really?
Alright, so we have a few clerics in the party. Something they can do about it, by chance?
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know, you're the cleric.
Cast mending on
I'm
it,
not-
perhaps it would regrow.
I mean,
I don't
mend
know
the
if I
spell.
would
I think we-
really.
I think we can just keep it as a skull and move on with our day.
I wouldn't
Okay,
really call myself a cleric.
That's fine, but where are the eyes? I think that's like more important. Because, there's someone's eyes.
Well, yeah.
Like
we're also
the
gonna
person is still alive who the eyes belong to. Like, where are they?
Yeah, where are they?
They're not in the skull anymore.
Don't worry about it.
Do you promise at least?
No. This is something that we promised. Where the fuck are the eyes? I'm not gonna take them. I just need to know that they're fucking here, and we can give them back to who they belong to.
They're with-
They were in the skull when they were in the head when I gave it to her. So
They're within the party's possession.
So what you're saying is you have them.
you can just say that. We're not gonna take them from you. You're probably the most responsible person to hold them.
Oh.
Right.
Oh god. Well, whatever. Can you just promise that the eyes are safe and we can give them back?
They are safe.
Can we give them back?
Yes. We'll
To
give
not
them
to
back,
us,
right?
but to our
To
friend
the
and
rightful
victim.
owner.
Who is the person who lost their eyes?
Was she
Adrian?
was Nax not there for that? But Nax was
No,
there
it
for
was
that.
it
Yeah,
was the
no,
girl
no.
that we rescued out of the theater.
I know. Nax isn't good with names of people she's new to. She
Her
doesn't
name
remember.
was Adira.
Adira.
Okay. That one can that's fine. We can give them back to her then.
Cool.
How charitable of you.
Right. So what else is on the?
I don't think that's charitable. I just think that's what we should do.
Pete, I
Pete,
was
think it
being
was-
facetious.
Yeah,
What the fuck is facetious?
It's like sarcastic.
but worse.
Oh,
I had a big dictionary at my farmhouse. That's why I know these words.
Oh, the small-
Compensating for something?
Yes, I have a small Pete. I mean, what?
All right. So what else is on the agenda today? Are we
How many of you have met a queen?
yeah, we gotta talk to a queen. I was hoping we could stop by the guild hall.
We is a very strong word. So how many of you knows how to behave themselves in front of royalty?
I know how to behave myself in front of merchants.
If I recall correctly,
And some of those merchants happen to be nobles.
didn't you say that the invitation was for all of us?
No, the invitation is for me.
Can you pull it out and show us?
Um,
He did say
but
your
what
group.
what do I do with the invitation?
It's more of a pendant, and he did say your group. She would like to
Yeah,
see
but
your
he said that I have to pull it out and show them.
Yeah.
I am asking what do I do with the invitation?
It's not. It was a verbal invitation, and you got a pass. That was a.
Yeah,
That was
never
a,
mind.
Oh, you weren't talking
It
to
was
me.
a joke.
Yeah.
No, it was a joke. It didn't go through. Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate.
well, if
I present the pendant.
I'm gonna assume your word on how I will act. If anyone forgot here, I worked for the Empire for longer than I like to admit.
And if we can recall, how is the Empire standing with the crown?
Well, at the very least, they have an embargo with the COT right now, so we can say current political relationship not so good.
I'm not gonna bring that up. I'm just saying I know how to how to act in front of superiors.
Mm,
I'm
they
not-
did say they were going to build a wall,
That's
and they say
yeah, that's
it's
made
gonna
of
be
ruby.
huge.
I had no choice.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
Well,
Jose, that
Yeah.
ruby wall was there even when you were born. No one knows exactly where it came from.
So
They built
it
a
was,
wall.
it was already there. Okay.
They always said they wanted to keep their wall. They wanted to make it even more huge. Okay. So,
Notice how I don't work for the Empire anymore? Yeah, that's
okay. So that's one of us. Who else?
I don't know.
I did
guess
just
not.
tell you my entire I work with merchants and I work with nobles who happen to be merchants or clients.
Okay. I'm just asking. There will be cross of words. There will be things that are going to be said.
I mean, I know how to act just in general. pretty. I like to think that I'm pretty polite.
Okay. I just look at Nax. Will you be okay?
This is the longest I've ever been in a city for, so I guess.
I feel like Next hardly talks to us in the first place. I don't know if we should be worried about her slipping the tongue in court.
Okay.
As-
So, do you know how to curtsy, Nax?
To what?
Okay, so she lost so many faces to resemble Nax, and I show her, when we arrive, you should do this. And I curtsy.
But why?
It is called protocol, and you will be talking to people who are higher born than you. So it is a show of respect that is expected from people who are presented once a nobility.
Uh, look, look, Jose. I think it's quite impossible to teach anyone within the span of 30 minutes all
She just
the
need to learn how
noble
to
direction.
curtsy.
I just think, I guess so. Next, if you can learn how to curtsy, but
That
I mean,
looks.
we're all adventurous. This is a merchant city. I think she understand.
No, the protocol is. I've seen people beheaded for less.
Is that true, Drago?
Roll. If you're trying to insight him, you have to roll insight into a tower, and then Jose, roll deception or persuasion into the tower.
Should I even try? I have shit wisdom.
Shit, I ain't trying.
You asked to roll.
I
Yes.
guess so.
Uh,
Do you have enough advanced effects on?
advanced effects. What do you mean?
No, I'm just looking at chat, and it just says Pete Franklin advanced effect infusion repulsion shield. Too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, that was infusions.
Pete, he's hard to read. And while you're looking at everyone else, it's kind of hard to read anyone in this room.
Fuck.
I've got him flustered.
Pete, I cannot show your score. It's a 0. I am trying to bring it down and I can't.
Look, dude, I said it myself. I can't read people anymore.
Okay, so peace in the spectrum. Nice to know. Interesting.
Yeah, hit my head as a kid. Oh wait,
He
was it?
rolled
Or
a
maybe it was a
2.
crash.
He rolled a 2 and has a -2. 0. Yeah, you can't read anyone in this room. It's hard to read.
That's why black is white, black and white is white. I take everything at face value.
You can't even read what your homunculus is doing. Even if you can command it, you don't know what it's doing.
Oh god.
I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. Everything always turns out fine.
Okay, as a reminder, bow and remain bowing until, and in your case, next curtsy, remain in that position until commanded to take position of rest, which in all of our cases is standing up straight, hands to the side, and then please, 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 do not speak unless spoken to.
Wait, we don't salute here?
You're coming with me, so it's not contemporary. They will not expect for you to salute me. And since none of you belong to a commanding rank, they do not request salutes. But in the presence of Her Majesty, yes, it is required for you to at least bow.
Celia very much looks like it's just going in one ear and out the other.
Kind of the same.
He's staring at his food.
Santo Dios. I, Raven Queen, help me. Okay. Let us take a couple of minutes to
All right.
This is how you bow.
You guys, Jose, you teach them on how to bow, how to curtsy, and how to hold themselves. You don't know
The
if they'll
presence.
get it or not. You have to wait and see.
And then when we leave, we bow, and we remain bowing, and then walk backwards the way we came from.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Sorry, I
I'm
am.
pretty sure I could.
I'm like a cow and I can't walk backwards. Sorry.
You can't give your back to the queen. It's
I'm sure she'll understand.
no, he won't.
Like it's in my genes that I can't walk backwards.
Then moonwalk.
That's still walking backwards.
Yeah.
Is it though?
Yes.
Can you jump backwards?
What time
I'll
are we
tr-
expected, by the way?
I'll try my best.
Today.
We should probably get going.
Let's get this over with.
Okay.
I want to get out of this uptight district.
All right.
What's uptight? This is nobles are very welcoming. I don't understand what it's uptight.
So I take it you're going to go to the actual name of the castle is the Ruby Fort Castle.
I put on my armor.
Okay.
Prestidigitate whatever it needs to make sure it's shiny.
All right.
Okay, and head my way up to the Ruby Fort Castle.
Yeah, the Ruby Fort Castle. You guys, you can see it in the distance. You've always kind of been able to see it because it's in the center of Takat. While walking towards it, the outer walls of the castles are crafted from a polished marble, adorned with not intricate, intricate patterns and swirls, curving into the walls. Column supports. You see archways that have graceful column supports granting entry towards it. When walking into it, you see some of the amethyst guard at the gate, at the entrance of the wall. They look towards you. Name and reason for being here.
I show the mark on my plate. Salute, Corporal.
They look at you. And do you have the pendant showing or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're referring to. Understood. They whistle over a guard and a amethyst guard comes out. These guys have full plate mail armor that has this purple line colorization. You do see a great sword and a great bow on their back. And you don't see them having any arrows anywhere that would be worth using a great arrow. But you see one soldier coming up, a middle-aged gentleman, but he just says,
Does he have any emblems or insignias that would show his rank?
Not really on his armor. Uh, they don't really have. He does have a kind of like a medal that shows the symbols of his house, shows the colorizations of his home, but you don't know the colorizations. And you don't know what home he would be under. It's the colors would be green and black. While entering into the inner walls, you see into a lush country yard uh, uh, filled with gardens of and bubbling fountains. And you see off in the around the castle towers, dorm with just these archer towers that go quite high, with some are smaller than others, where some seem to be more for viewing pleasure of the castle than actual guarding. You enter, you see the main door, and it's made out of marble, and you just see it open up, and you see as you enter the castle, you are greeted by a stunned auditorium with soaring Roman-style domes adorned with celestial. What was I tired when I was typing this out? I believe I'm tired. Okay, sorry. But you see this long hallway with stunning canvases on the ceiling, dome ceiling, with murals of like. So you would actually notice that they have constellations up there.
Pretty.
It would be. I actually have the constellations made. I actually did. The Minotaur's maze, the Celestial Harp, and the Greyfriend's Flight. You see those constellations, and
I wonder if Brutus's favorite constellation is the Minotaur's Maze.
You.
That feels a little too obvious, though, Celio.
I don't know. Sometimes people are obvious.
Behave.
I'm not allowed to talk.
We just have a
No.
conversation.
You do
I think
see.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
You do see in this hallway, it kind of expands outward and continues into multiple different areas. But in the central, there's what looks like a small garden area, with some fountains inside of it, but not. It's not massive as ones that you've seen outside. The guard leads you into the throne room, which you see, which is, you have to go basically all the way down the. This hallway is long, but you have to go all the way down there, and you see a door with what seems to be engravings onto it of a it's not. It seems like it's just adorned with intricate designs that doesn't really make sense, but it's beauty from a. It's still beautiful in a weird way. It opens up, and you see, carpets and silks draped uh, on high columns. And you do see a throne. It's not really a throne. It's more of a intricate reclining chair, but not fully. It's a mixture between both. Um, but behind it, you see a mural of swirling colors and constellations uh, on this stained glass window behind. Uh, and you do see you see three figures. Uh, on the left of the chair, you see a gentleman with jade on his cheek, and Jose, you've seen this individual before. He's the one that gave you the
Invitation.
invitation. Yes. On the other side, you do. I'm having to go back and forth with a lot of notes. I'm sorry. You see a woman that is that's about 5'10". Her attire is a crimson gown adorned with gold and silver embroidering, acclimating her curves, and an ornate belt clinches her waist. Beneath the gown, she wears a leather corset enveloped with metal studs and laces. Lower, her lower attire consists of a crimson harem pants, with the sides cut out, revealing glimpses of her legs. She has knee-high leather boots with laces coming from the edges. She has a silver-lined bracelet adorning her wrists, and she has a stern face, but some softness to it. She wears fingerless gloves and a sheer crimson skirt that partially covers her hair, which is this that goes to mid back. This dark black hair. Actually, no, it's not. Yeah, it's raven black hair. Upon her back, she carries a bastard sword in a scabbard. Her forearms bears like this blue intricate design of a diamond that's kind of shaped into a shield. Then you see, I actually have art of this one. If Fantasy Grounds will load, please. Where are you? There you are. And I need to grab one thing. I need to copy paste one thing. Give me 1 second.
Is it just a two of them inside the hall right
Yes, there's just 3.
now? Okay.
I'll
Share
say-
record.
I'll say bows.
You see this woman sitting upon the throne. I'm going to wait for that to show up for everyone. And
Can't see it yet.
this this sun elf, she has Actually, yeah, I'll just wait. Jose, you've seen her
go.
again? Once
Mhm.
before? It doesn't look any different. Players.
Jose bows. He clears his throat.
How,
Oh,
so
right. And I'll bow.
Pete bows, but not in the way that Jose was showing. He does like a one arm in front and one arm behind him, kind of like a butler's bow, but a little bit different.
Okay.
Celia waves and looks pleasant.
I was thinking about doing that.
Next, what you doing?
Nox is just gonna just stand there, staff in hand, just kind of like a walking stick, just kind of observing the people, other people in the room.
Okay. The knight will lead you forward and stop and bow and leave away. Then you hear the gentleman speak. You can be at rest. Indeed, so.
Yes.
Jose raises and just stands at rest
Okay.
and waits until he's like told to or given instruction to be able to speak.
The woman, the Ruby Queen, I should say, speaks up. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Jose Cruz. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Salve Regina. Peratevo în aventura dasi presenti. Accedatem corde gravidi, onyx presenta.
The woman next to her. Please speak common for everyone else.
Mea culpa. Greetings and hail your majesty. In this dark hour, for my family I have returned. One is honored to be able to be at your presence.
Don't take it as honored, but take it as my guilt of needing be replayed.
Your majesty.
She will stand up. Walk. No, she won't walk all the way towards you, but she'll walk mostly.
Jose will kneel.
No, you stand.
You're too kind, your majesty.
First off, I heard that you guys went and saw a great show over at the theater in the Noble District. I hope it was a spectacular.
No, I really didn't like that actually. That place wasn't very pleasant.
She looks towards you.
Guys, stop! It's cold. It's cold, guys.
What?
Apologies.
Well,
Apologies for my valet. I haven't taught them to speak at their turn.
I'm not your valet, man. You gotta quit with the whole high and mighty stuff. It's kind of a.
We will have words afterwards.
kinda
Your Majesty, yes, we did attend the theater, and it was
I've heard.
painfully eye-opening.
Yeah. Well, I'm sad to say that we'll probably not get any more plays from Vapensor because he decided to take up shop and go somewhere else. I believe he was heading towards the Rainbow Coast.
May he have safe travels.
Hopefully.
I'm pretty sure he has found presence on the other side of the wall.
True.
So
It's it's a shame that we would have to demolish his estate because it was all catered to him, and
He will not visit.
she looks towards everyone else. You believe that he won't miss it, right?
He will not.
Yep. Nope.
I think he's moved. I don't think he's coming back. So
That's great. Because I know that if something did ill, if something did keep him around, I mean, if he didn't just make the decision of staying, we would probably keep on having his show constantly here now. But I'm glad that to hear that his last play was memorable. And
Some
hopefully,
would say to die for, Your Majesty.
and hopefully, it will teach us more about what his story was that you wanted to tell.
Your Majesty, he wasn't much of a storyteller, more of a bender of the human experiment experience, per se.
I know I understand that, and it's just sad that it went so long before it got corrected. For us to actually understand his experience and what he wanted to do. What stories he wanted to tell. But
His studies would not have been for the betterment of your subjects, Your Grace. It would be a sin to continue his legacy.
understood. We'll make sure that all of his things are removed out of his home and reunited with him.
you also might want to remake the theater for the next director.
She looks towards you. I was more thinking of changing that area a bit. But we don't. We have to wait and see who will come up in his place.
Fair.
But let's move on to other matters.
Your Majesty.
She looks towards you, Jose,
Yes.
and she about to say something, but everyone that's marked, you immediately get a headache, and you see that she grabs her head, and the two other individuals grab their head. And Pete, Jose, Nax, you have felt this before, underneath the ground.
how you feeling, Celio?
You,
How you feeling?
She does go to one knee, and the other stay. She does fall to a knee.
Jose runs towards her. Your Majesty.
It's okay. When you get to her, Um, the headache somewhat vanishes. It didn't seem to last long. And she stabilizes her head. I've been getting those a lot here recently. I'm sorry. It seems like quite a few people get them here recently.
Yes, quite often, ever since we've arrived in the city. No offense, of course.
I don't know why they started.
Perhaps it may relate to something on the ground.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if Your Majesty is aware of the circumstances that's happening below.
It's it's hard to understand what's happening below all the time. I have to keep eyes on my own the everything above here.
Of course.
But no, if is that importance? I think
The cause of the headache. Um, if I may be quite frank with you, Your Majesty, I'm not quite sure. However, you do. How do I put this? You do have somewhat of an, and while I do not mean to demean your city, you do have somewhat of an infestation occurring below.
she looks puzzled at you. What do you mean?
One not involving rats, perhaps, but one involving frogs or tadpoles.
This is the first I've ever heard of it.
I see.
Silla's gonna like lean into Pete's here, but it was kind of involving rats too, though, right?
Yeah, but the rats are kind of the gods. Sorry, Your Majesty, may I? Is it is this a place where we can speak openly, by chance?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Your Majesty, I regret to inform you, but you have an infestation of slads in the sewers who have been kidnapping your citizens for what seems to be a while now, ever since we first arrived in the city.
She looks down.
Hey, hold on. If we can speak freely in here, why were we talking in riddles in the first place?
Well, the other one was concerning a certain individual. In this case, this involves the entire city, and maybe good that Her Majesty knows what we're talking about. Just
And
frankly.
plus, it was fun to talk in riddles.
I don't quite agree with that sentiment. I think it's tedious.
While this
And-
exchange is happening, Jose just looks at the Ruby Guard gentleman.
When you went and got him, he was automatically going towards it. He was, when he was around about, he's moved extremely quick to get near her, and you see when you did go down to reach her, he was already there. He was there helping you.
He just gives him a knowing look.
He gives you a knowing look too, and raises her back up. Mistress, we need to have you sitting. And he will take her and sit her back on the throne.
I assume this is your new commander of your Ruby Guard. Yes, Your Majesty?
Really, there's no commander of the Ruby Guard. If you want to be honest, if I want to be honest, I'm the one that commands them.
Of course, I referred as he is the highest in the ranks. He occupies the position of Rextor, my mentor, yes?
Mm, no, a couple more generations.
Hmm.
Your
Hmm.
teacher did do well. He was devastated when he couldn't find when you disappeared.
It warms the heart that somebody did miss me. But what my compatriots and valets say, it is true. There are
Why does
things
You're just
in the
fuming.
there are things beneath the city that are not where they're supposed to be. If I were in a position where I was, well, pipelined to go towards,
The
then I would summon the Onyx card and have them retrace it. It is of your most interest that it will needs to be dealt with.
to be
I
honest, the overseer should be taking care of the should have guards taking care of the sewers.
Your Majesty, I do not summon my order easily, nor I speak of them lightly. I've seen that parties I could not discern if they were part of your influence or of an outsider's influence do have registry below the surface. That is why, again, if my counsel is listened to like my grandfather once was, the Onyx Guard needs to sweep and cleanse the underground with haste.
And Your Majesty, you bring up the overseer. Um, I am not sure if you are aware of this, but we have. This was before we have met with Jose, of course, but we have met with the overseer once and brought this topic up to him. But he seemed reluctant to send any soldiers to the sewers to solve the issue. At least, I believe that was the case, right, Celo Lockhart?
He, from what I remember,
Celia wasn't with you.
he
Yeah.
chose
Yes,
to
Lockhart.
not. He chose to not even think about it.
Acknowledge it
Yeah.
as an issue.
Your Majesty, the overseer is not bound to this nation or to you, as my order was or is. They should be the ones to take care of this.
She just she she sits in the chair and just trying to ponder. The downside is the overseer has been here for a couple of years and probably more around about 50 years if I remember correctly.
And the Onyx Order. I do not wish to contradict you, but the Onyx Order has been with you since you took the crown.
No, I'm meaning I control the I can I have most say with the Onyx owner and the Amethyst guard where he has more control over the Emerald and Sapphire guard. Those are for the commoners, and those I don't believe that they will fully take my wording because they haven't seen how. They don't understand how. I think they have more trust into him than me because there's a distance.
Exactly. That is why I
The art,
recommend you to mobilize the Onyx Guard.
regardless of that, the Emerald Guard basically outnumber the Onyx.
We are better.
True,
But for what I've seen, this is a matter of skill, not numbers. This
but
is a matter of what one can do where 15 cannot.
it's not 15. The the Onyx Guard is 100 to 1. Emerald being
Yes, we are.
no Emerald being higher.
May I make a proposition? Actually,
Have the mighty fallen.
Yes,
so you guys have a tournament coming up, right? You know,
yes.
always invite me here.
The Overseer sees over it.
What if
Good.
you hired people after the tournament to go clear out the sewers? So it's none of your guards, none of his guards, and if you hire them, they would be uh, under your they would be under your control and not his.
Bound by contract.
Yes.
Hmm.
and and they'll and you already know their skill level, since I don't know if you watch it or not, but they would have already displayed their their skill.
That sounds adequate.
Your Majesty,
Yes.
if I may, again, bringing sellswords or champions from the tournament could be wise, but at the end of the day, it is more important that the people who you will be sending to the mission have the greater good in mind to see the mission to the end.
You're not wrong, but
Actually, from the sounds of it, it sounds like Her Majesty cannot be seen to go create a conflict with the Overseer. Otherwise, it may spark some incidents, if I'm wording this correctly.
Upset the balance.
you see the gentleman slowly nod his head.
So she may require a more stealthier approach, one where a neutral party, per se.
And to be honest, I've always, here recently, I've been feeling like the town has been slowly wavering over not rule of trade, but of brute force and empowerment of oneself.
Well, then more reason to have somebody from that it is close to you that you know you can trust, not some outsider, take care of this. If the people believe that this has been done by action, or in this case, more of inaction of the ground, then they will be more inclined to not place fealty on the ground, Your Majesty.
But it will also be a simple thing to solve the issue first, then promote this as an action
Jose,
that the crown
I thought we were
provided.
cool.
Yeah, do you want us to have this job or not, man?
Have you seen my armor? Why do you think I'm requesting the Onyx Guard to do it?
if you have the Onyx Guard doing it, I'm not a part of the Onyx Guard, so I am not doing it. Putting that
Yes,
out there.
yes. Both Jose and Lockhart does bring up a good point, Your Majesty. We are, other than Jose, of course. And while I respect the man, it is quite frank that we are
I'm saying,
mostly
I'm saying
visitors.
I'm gonna be doing it.
By yourself.
The the the
I'm with
the
you,
the,
Barney.
the circumstances of the sewers and your kingdom, while tragic in many ways, and um, do not really concern us beyond altruism, pure altruism at the moment. And while we do wish to provide you with our support, it cannot come without a cost if you were to go down that path.
I could cover the costs. I can.
Your Majesty, these adventures with me, I can vouch for them.
Wow.
That is why I'm requesting to be mobilized in the official capacity of the Onyx Guard and oversee the threat beneath it.
So to be a simple matter, actually, you would hire a neutral party, but have one of your
As a.
a member of your guards to lead the mission.
Okay. Under one circumstance, I would require you to finish it by the end of the tournament. Don't rush. Make sure that you're thorough, and make sure that you're thorough, and make sure that your deeds are not known by the public or by individuals that seems to be controlling the strings behind the curtain.
So
Wait, hold on. Does that mean that we can't be in the tournament? Because I kind of wanted it.
You need to have support from a lot of the noblemen, and getting support is by
She's
giving.
asking us to do it after the tournament.
She just said that it needs to be done by the end. By the end, so
You see that the woman standing nearby, she's telling you to do it at night while you're participating in the tournament, so you can have favors.
it sounds like really different. You know that like we only have so much energy to expend during a day. So for fighting in the tournament, I'm not gonna have a whole lot left over to go into the sewers with.
A lot of recon doesn't need a lot of. Recon doesn't need a lot of energy.
I'm just gonna say, you know, we were down in the sewers. It wasn't recon down there.
yeah, it was fights and charms. Sorry.
The
What my fellow compatriots and my valet say is that
Fuck you!
by the way,
it is a focused mission.
Silly, did you say "fuck you" out loud?
Yeah, I said that out loud.
Okay. You see that the woman with the bastard sword just tilt her head and just chuckled at it. But the other two were stone faced.
Forgive my valet. They are unaware of protocol.
Though unaware of protocol, they do bring up a good point, Your Majesty. The sewers is not as simple as simply going on the stroll and doing reconnaissance. We will encounter dangers.
If
out
you
there.
wish for a report of what's down there, just listen to their experiences.
I could let you
For us.
down through the noble district sewers.
That'll work.
Well, no. What
That
does
would-
that change?
That would make things significantly easier, actually, Celio, because we don't have to go through that maze anymore.
Well, I mean, yeah, not going through the maze would be nice, but we know that there's those frog things down in that we're looking for, and
It's a shortcut.
we know, yeah, okay, shortcut, sure,
Saves us
but that
a
doesn't
lot of
make it
time.
so that it's just reconnaissance. It's still gonna be dealing with frogs.
Yes, but it does make things easier, Celio. And quite frankly, I'm sure Her Majesty has a reason why she wants to settle before the end of the tournament.
I'd love to hear it.
Is that something you can tell us, Your Majesty?
She doesn't need to explain her things to you.
Exactly. I think the same, but if my companion is asking for an explanation, I can, at the very least, I can try to respect his opinion.
Because I think the last fight of the tournament will be the last day I'll be alive.
Your Majesty.
I believe that the Overseer is going to cut the head of the snake where it belongs, at the very head.
Well, we can try and see if the Overseer wants to take residence up with the Pixel.
True, but if you do so quickly, you would cause more of an uproar than anything.
He may just be a figurehead, I'll say too.
Yes, but he can be replaced.
It sounds like a coup, and as far as I'm aware, coups don't just start with one man.
Yeah.
Does that satisfy you?
I mean, I guess, but I don't really understand what our getting the sewers scouted before you die does for you to change that outcome.
Not to scout, Seal, to solve the issue of the slats before the tournament ends.
Yeah, but I still don't know what that does. Okay, you know what? This whole riddle talk is way above my head.
It's a hidden force, Celio. Basically, the less power the opposition has, the better her chances.
The less abilities the Overseer has to take out the crown. But if he is the head of the organization, then without their leader, they will be scattered.
I don't believe he is.
Then,
He may not be the head. Jose.
well, that's the recon mission we need to do then.
Pete, roll me a wisdom check real quick.
Can it be a history?
Yeah, roll me history. Because
Okay.
this would have happened.
Also, if I may just point, is it just Alistar?
Yeah, I was going to say that you kind of remember a conversation after talking with the Overseer.
Okay. Your Majesty, there's a good. I was warned by my companions to, specifically Jose, to not give you hearsay and to think over my facts before I, make any, accusations, so to say. But now that we know that the Overseer, at the very least, the Overseer seems to have certain thoughts and desires, I can let you know that he's at the very least cooperating with one of the champions of the tournament. Alistar. And beyond just cooperating, this man seems to be aware of the circumstances happening down in the sewers as well. At least with the slats infestation. Maybe something else as well. He, along with the overseers, were the ones who to warn us to no longer, how to say, investigate.
She breathes in heavily and exhales. Is that so?
I'm afraid so.
They have no reason to deceive you, Your Majesty.
She looks towards all of you. I can't do much about making sure you guys are cooperative in the tournament, but while having to deal with the mess I somehow forgotten to look for. Is what would you like for payment for doing this?
I didn't think about that.
Monetary
Um,
wise, I believe you as I've seen and heard from you, Your Majesty, you are a benevolent and fair person with a history in trade. So I'm sure you can come up with a fair proposal in regards to monetary. However, I do also wish to add on an additional request to that,
Yes.
and that is to provide us with free passage between the districts. And I wasn't aware of this when I first arrived in town. However, it appears that many of the facilities are restricted specifically to the nobles themselves. And while I am, in fact, a member of the Merchants Guild, I quickly learned that this is an example, of course. While I'm a member of the Merchants Guild, I quickly learned that I am not able to access the Merchants Guild so long as I am not affiliated with a high ranking noble, which, as you can imagine, caused some trouble.
the
She
Quotable household can affiliate them if Your Grace allows it.
she ponders something real quick. She thinks about something. To be honest, it was supposed to be open walls for everyone. But there was an incident that we had to close off the inner ring towards nobles only. But that was a year. Has it really been that long since everything's been happening? When was she looks over towards the gentleman? When was the time where we closed off the ring again? He says, around about 25 years ago.
Damn.
And that was the second closing. The first closing was round about 345 years ago. But we had turmoil then, and the beasts were getting too uh, too excited to protect everyone. And Jose, you actually remember reading that story of when the ring did close, and you were basically living in that time period when the ring was closed towards everyone, all of the commoners. But it was. How old is Jose again?
Uh, Mid to late 300s.
No, I mean,
He's an old man.
I'm meaning prior of your age gap of the time.
So yeah, like early century,
Okay.
not yet to the hundreds.
Yeah.
He's still
Uh,
young.
you kind of remember from your childhood that the ring was open, but then it was closed. You don't know the full context. You kind of didn't look into it that much. Uh, but with uh, and you don't know why they would reopen it or anything. It's just like your that's your norm now. It's the ring is closed. Um, it's kind of the ring started closing when Alistair appeared, I believe.
Hmm.
I think the overseer kind of suggested that the creatures are getting more violent than lately, so we have kept that ring closed.
What were the creatures, if I may ask?
The monsters outside of the walls, the creatures of the Phalanx.
Okay. Sorry. I wasn't aware.
Your Majesty, if anything is clear, is that he's only been trying to deceive you. That, and well, I do
It,
not wish to begin with, then trouble you with the eggs and, of course, disappearance of my household. But after the information, and he waves at Nax, it may not be the only household that meets that fate. So there are many things against the crown at this time. The only one we know that has a face is, well, of course, the overseer. It would be simply to snuff it from the head and them and whatever tools they're using to try and overthrow you. Try the blasphemy of attempting against your life after so many centuries of service to your people. And perhaps you can find it wise to postpone the tournament then until you are sure that the threat towards you is dealt with, and then we can make sure the overseer finds new home beyond the ruby wall.
that brings more trouble, though. I'll say, because if we postpone the tournament, that for one could cause civil unrest because the civil. It sounds like the citizens are look forward to this every year. Two, it may give a hint to the overseer and his allies that the crown is now suspecting them of something, and they may burrow deeper in their
Well,
holes.
the crown can make up or can say that they are postponing the tournament because they want to make it grander, and
Sure,
it
they
is
can
not ready.
say they can say what they want, but they can also the overseer can also make their own conjectures. I'm just saying, if we make any changes to the status quo, it could very well likely give away what's happened. That we have more knowledge now.
Well, the overseer would be asinine not to think that the queen would know any attempts against her. I am pretty sure that the queen. This type of threats, it is something of mere passages. That's why she has her guards.
I
I'm just trying to say that in order for us to complete our mission, and if the tournament does hold a seed or a cornerstone in Her Majesty enemy's plans, then to have it stayed can perhaps change their plans and force them to act erratically and make them vulnerable because of this.
And what happens if their plans are already ready and they decide to enact it sooner? We can't know what would happen, Jose. This could be good. This could also be very, very bad.
Your Majesty, inaction is what has brought you towards this type of
But she's not
evil
doing
unrest.
inaction. That's why we're having this conversation. This isn't inaction anymore. She is
By,
aware of what's
by
happening, but
being cut off of the rest of the city, by raising the rings, the overseer has strengthened his hold with all of the other subjects. We need to be disruptive.
that strength is already there, Jose. It's wall under the bridge. There's no changing that now. What we can only do what we can to weaken it, and changing the status quo wouldn't weaken it. It just gives him more motivation to enact his plan sooner. It doesn't change anything. I truly do believe while you're thinking of her best interest, this is only going to make things worse.
Your Majesty, I will trust your wisdom.
How many of you are planning on being involved with the tournament?
Definitely me.
He raises his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of interested. I mean, I'm not a great fighter, but
See, I didn't think you would.
I mean, it sounds like fun. And I'm sure. I mean, I think there's probably like group act. It's not all one-on-one. I'm sure there's probably group activity, right?
It changes per round, I believe.
Yeah. So I mean, like, if you guys all go in there, what the fuck are you gonna do without me?
That's a
Usually
good
the
point.
starting round is a one-on-one.
Well, then I might get kicked out in the first round, and then you're without me anyway. So maybe never mind.
Yeah, if it's I'm sure if it's duos, I'll find someone.
Sometimes the overseer would add in a creature that the two individuals need to kill before restraining the other, one of the others. I mean, each other. The first round's always a wild card. It's up to his whims. But the next round
Your
would be
Majesty.
duos, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I might be fucked either way. So I guess I don't know. Maybe I'd sign up and try it out. But
Yeah, don't say so strong, silly. You got some pretty good combat skills. I've seen you shoot those bolts of light. And that bell that just rings out somehow, like from nowhere, and everybody, the creatures just get hurt by it somehow. Like I still don't understand how that works.
yeah, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on who I'm fighting.
Uh, did Nax say anything while she asked that, or no?
Oh no.
Bum, bum, bum.
Nax?
Next,
Raven.
Max
no.
has stealthed out of the room and is taking all the queen's shit.
Did Jose ask? Did Jose say that he would enter or not?
with Your Majesty's permission, yes.
She would nod, saying, and she would take that as a yes. um, I have good authority to say that I think that they're using the common district as nerves, and their main central is the below the nobles, below the noble district. I believe that's what they're doing.
Let's cut off the head.
Celio, I'm going to ask, Pete, where's that button?
What button?
The Joe button?
Oh shit, it's in my pocket.
Which pocket?
One in one of my satchel bags.
Okay.
The light would be sticking out of like the orb would be sticking out of the bag.
So you see it flash, like it in, not constantly flashing, but, like, beep, 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 kind of like.
Pete, your button's going off.
My button?
The one that Joe gave you.
I
What?
told you guys to keep your cell phones off.
I pull out the button.
You pull out. Make an intelligence check.
Just an intelligence check?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I will flash a genius that.
Okay. That boosts it up to a 16.
16.
You understand that it's a code.
Morse code.
Yes, Morse code. And you quickly read off found survivors.
Oh shit.
Looks like we're doing recon, anyways.
Sorry, Majesty. Things just got a little more hectic all of a sudden. This is an item that a companion of ours gave me to. He's in the sewers right now exploring. He was the one who he wanted to continue doing reconnaissance on the slats that we were talking about. He gave me this to signify no, to try to communicate, to send me messages. He's saying he found survivors down there.
You see her face, which was in a dire mood, somewhat gets some type of light to it. Really?
Yes.
Silly, what's your passive insight?
Passive insight. Good question. Hold on one moment. It should be the same as my passive Actually, no, because I get advantage from the shield, so my passive perception is 5 more. So it's 17.
17? Roll me insight real quick.
Okay.
So it would be like beep 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 beep.
Correct. Yeah.
I am going to pull Cilio into a new call real quick.
Of
Oh,
course, it's
this
going to
hasn't
be a new
happened for a
call.
while.
Hi, Cilio.
Why do you do this to me?
Because you see shit. But what you see, when Pete says that they have someone and found survivors, you see the brightness of her face, but you also see a despair of like someone fucked up. And you see her irises go into slits, then go back into a full iris.
So it looks like she is disappointed by the news, basically.
No, not disappointed.
Well, like as in she knew that there were gonna be people down there, but that they shouldn't be alive.
No, kinda like, she didn't know there were people down here, but she'd been doing something down there that would probably cause injury.
so basically, it seems like she might be up to something shady down there.
Yeah.
Understood.
I'm going to ask you, would you use your eyes or no? The
Which be could you be more specific?
ones that allow you to see auras.
See auras. If I can do it without.
The one thing is, when you do it, no one would notice.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just flash it real quick.
You do. Her aura is a blue and white, a very familiar aura because it's the same aura as your master.
Cool. I don't know if that's. I feel like that should be a positive thing, but then she's doing bad shit in the sewers.
I would say you did probably ask your master why her aura is like that. She did say, I'm a creature that's kept on growing over time. And there's more like me. Some are not nice, some are nice. We have been given gifts by 2 individuals.
Okay, wait, hold on. Run that one by me again. So it's there. Does that mean that there are more other creatures with similar auras, or that?
Yes. And she
Okay.
will have used the name Armageddon.
Okay. So she is somehow tied to the Armageddon creatures.
Mm-hmm. And they have taken gifts from 2 individuals, white and blue. Your master is the same.
Okay. I see.
Take with that knowledge as you will.
And I have no idea who the white and blue individuals would be.
Your guess is Mad Hatter is for the blue. And with your knowledge of the moon, Ladas, Infinitum for the white.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I guess when the Mad Hatter talks to me, I'll ask him about it.
Okay. Well, let's move back up. Hello, we're back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
But she looks really? I don't think did he just send that?
Yeah, he can't really talk to us. It's all in like code. Essentially, I was able to identify what he was trying to say. So if he found survivors, there's a good chance he may also be in danger. So I do not wish to cut our conversation short. This was really enlightening, but I may want to go save my friend and maybe save your citizens while we're at it.
Understood, but I do need to do one thing before anything. She turns to you, Jose, standing up once again, going over towards you.
He kneels
Stand.
again. Your Majesty is far too kind.
She bows her head towards you. I'm so sorry. I failed your family.
Your Majesty, it was not your fault.
It just happened overnight. I don't know what happened to them. And a lot of people that we sent in there to look, some haven't made it back out alive. And
DM, can I roll insight on that too?
Roll insight.
You and your insight.
Just fact checking.
That one
She
is
seems
less
truthful.
good.
You disappeared. I. My. They just kept on trying to find you. They. Over time, we thought you were. You were. Just. Out. Adventuring. Out trying to seek more things. Pierce, I'm sorry.
Your Majesty.
She hasn't lived up from bowing.
Your Majesty, please. Please do not. And I try, and please rise, Your Majesty. You bow to nobody.
She raises her head.
I am humbled by the fact that you still consider me a member of my family, even though things has happened to them. More information has been brought towards me in this short period of time I've returned. I ask of you only that I have access back to my titles and the holdings of my family, not just for the monetary value and, of course, the coin that comes with it, but to be able to lead in the upcoming fray. I get to protect you and stop those, as I swore one day when I took up on these vestments. I swore to protect and uphold the values by the crown and for the crown and its people.
She. You can have them back. They were never taken away from you. And she waves over the gentleman, and you see that he pulls out a velvet box and opens it, and you see a ring.
I take my ring, put it back on. Thank you very much, Your Majesty.
Okay. Your Majesty, may we have permission to, sounds dirty, but access your sewers by chance?
You see, you see that the woman with the bastard sword just chuckles at that, but the other two don't seem to have any reaction. Yes, she turns over. Uh, Safina, do you mind showing them the way? And the woman will basically turn from this, will turn, stand up straight. Yes, I could show them the way.
Your Majesty, before we leave, may I have some quill and parchment, please? I would like to give you some information that might aid on restoring my household. Has the shipment of wine been stopped?
What?
Your Majesty, has the wine stopped? Did you
For-
stop receiving?
Ian character says what?
Sorry, me trying to figure out something.
Wine?
Yes, it stopped quite a while ago.
Hmm. Mhm. So it's not just here; it's also in the vineyards. Jose just draws the symbol Nax showed him. This was also found there. Perhaps your resources. Not now, of course. You have more pressing matters now, but when everything is done, perhaps they can bring some more light onto restoring the Cuervo family back to where it once was, or at least have some closure to what happened to them. And then, some way, then of course, with your help, rebuild.
Understood. I will We'll do what what needs to be done.
Great. I think we it's fair to say, Your Majesty, that we may continue our conversation later.
Yes.
Okay. And while I am sure you've already done your research and you probably already know our names, I think official introductions are in order. Your Majesty, my name is Pete Franklin, and I hail from the town of Ashgabar.
Pleasure to meet you, Pete.
Now, may I, Drago? Can I want to do an insight check to see if she recognizes Ashgabar or not?
Roll me insight.
Can I do? I'm really curious about this, so can I use inspiration on that?
Yes, you can.
It's probably gonna be shit anyway, but hey, let's try it. Come on, Pete, for once in your life, read the room. Yes!
Oh wow.
A 15.
It's more of not Ashkava. It seems like she kind of knew where you from, not by the name, but by your outfit, like a familiarization of that work.
I see. Okay, that's good to know.
Are we all introducing ourselves? Is this what we're doing?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Lockhart. Why don't you do it too?
Oh, I'm Lockhart. I from nowhere, go nowhere.
At your service.
Sure, yeah, I'm Cilio.
My
from a
valet.
little- I'm really gonna punch you, man. I'm from a little town to the west, a little ways, like on the edge of the forest, and I don't know. You don't need a whole my biography.
No, but it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Does Vax introduce herself? I mean, not Vax.
Max.
Nax.
Yes, Liam O'Brien, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Liam O'Brien, everyone. No, Nax.
Let's just imagine
Yeah.
that she does
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah.
Your Majesty, I do have. I know we've asked a lot from you, but I do have one final request.
Yes.
Is it any way possible that we can get access? We can get an audience with the champion kill. I need to make good on our promise before shit goes sideways.
Language, Lockhart, but he's right.
He travels here and there. He typically favors Tuesdays.
What day is it today, Your Majesty? Damn it, it's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
So he's not in the Coliseum right now.
Technically, it's
Mhm.
Thursday. I know it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Yeah.
And no, he's not in the Coliseum. He has prior engagements, so he's typically around about on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Wait, she looks towards she looks around and I would say it would have been around about, yeah, he would have already left. He's here on Tuesdays, but early Wednesdays he leaves before noon.
All right. Well, I guess I'll set my calendar.
Wait, you say he doesn't leave by Wednesday noon?
Yes,
What time is it right now?
it is round about 11:30.
Yo, let's book it. and,
Oh, we're
and, and,
going
by,
to the
and,
Tuesday.
and by here, do you mean the Colosseum or the palace?
He usually favors the common district market.
I
Um,
see.
But here, and the gentleman will come up and out of his cloak, he will give you guys a pendant that it's only an individual pendant, if need be, of you coming back into the noble district.
Well, we have Jose now, so he's
We're very grateful, Your Majesty.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I'll grab the pendant. Gingerly take the pendant.
You take the pendant.
Yep.
While he's up and about, can I have everyone roll me a deception check?
What are we lying about?
It's a thing he can do.
Oh, okay.
Is he using insightful fighting on all of us at the same time?
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
I don't think you can do that.
He's got subclass.
Not normally. Yeah, not normally you can do that. He's special.
Deception. Oh god.
Ooh, baby.
My vision's a little blurry and I can't see my skill names. There we go. I have a +2 in deception. What the fuck?
Wow.
Shit.
Damn.
Shit.
And some of us are good at lying.
Bunch of liars.
Who would have thought?
Why throw a fucking thief, dude?
Who would have thought? One that breaks promises can lie.
Oh yeah, Max is here.
Next, are you here? Can someone
Yeah.
DM them real quick and tell
Hey,
them-
you know that
You
there's
did.
a
Oh,
You
oh, okay. Uh, by the way, everyone did introduce themselves to the queen, and I didn't know if Nax did or not. So,
probably
you
would have just been just an axe.
okay?
Yeah.
He looks towards Celia and Nax, and just he just looks towards you both, not fully understanding Nax because they haven't really said much through this conversation, but looking at Celio. And Celio, you think he's catching some. Actually, Celio, it just seems odd that he has his eyes mostly directed towards you.
Just give him a little quizzical look and a wave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But he hands you the pendant and you guys run off.
Your Majesty, just so you know, because there was this small hiccup when I arrived. People did not know of my household, so if you could make sure that the scribes update the noble ledgers
We'll
so
do
that my family name is there. I don't want to be, you know, I do not wish to impose, but there are certain things a noble is accustomed to in this city that I have grown to miss.
We'll do so.
Also, do you guys think it'd be appropriate
I'm
to ask for?
excited for die boys.
Do you guys
Well,
think it'd be
well,
appropriate to ask for a weapon, or should I just?
Your Majesty, before we go into this combat, any aid from your armory that might assist us on completing the task as well, that you might spare.
Specifically, for our friend here, Lockhart.
I'll have to check the vault, but I will see what I can do.
Vault.
But I do leave you guys from here if you have prior engagements.
All right.
We've got a couple things to do.
Okay, Jose bows and starts walking backwards.
Okay.
He doesn't do that, unfortunately.
I
In
try
fact,
to
he's
walk back,
blinking. He's
but I just turn
blinking.
around.
He's blinking inside the hallway.
Pete is too excited that he just blinks all the way. But you guys leave the Ruby Fort Castle, and I think that's where we're going to call a game. I hope we actually ran pretty long tonight. I hope our
Almost 4 o'clock.
yeah,
Damn, yeah.
4 hours, 4 hour game. Uh, I hope our viewers enjoyed, and I hope my players enjoyed tonight's session. It was fun. It's fun, and let's see what hijinks they do next. Bye, everyone.
Ciao.
Bye.